Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. US cities brace for more protests. Los Angeles police say mass arrests made in areas which were under curfew. After a public feud, Elon Musk regrets his words about the US president. Will this be the makeup after the breakup? In southern Lebanon, a UNIFIL peacekeeper is slapped during a confrontation. We speak to a spokesperson from the peacekeeping team about the escalating situation. Iran and Pakistan are intensifying deportations of Afghan nationals, with returnees reporting mistreatment. Mass arrests are continuing as anti-immigration raids hit LA for a fifth day. An overnight curfew is now in place in the downtown area. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's feud with California Governor Gavin Newsom is intensifying after a war of words. This is what the U.S. president had to say.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. Horrible what's happened so quickly. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
We can now go live to LA to speak to our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, thank you for joining us. Yesterday, 197 arrests were made by the force. The curfew is now being lifted for today. Is LA and other cities expecting further unrest?
Yeah, we are expecting that there will be more protests today. And just to clarify, that 197 arrests, that was before the curfew had been put in place, because there was a number of clashes that took place between demonstrators and police right outside this detention facility right here behind me during the day. And once that curfew was put in place at 8 p.m. local time, more arrests were made. Police saying mass arrests once that curfew came into effect. But this morning, things are very quiet here. There are no demonstrators down here. And really, it's just a bunch of journalists that are outside this detention center at the moment. That curfew, according to the mayor, was supposed to stop vandalism and looting, which we had seen in the previous nights. And according to her, it seems to have worked. She told MSNBC this morning that there was no vandalism or looting overnight, and that the majority of those arrests were for unlawful assembly because people had broken that curfew, not because of any sort of violence. The protests and the demonstrations and those clashes that you have seen with police have really been concentrated in a very small area. Just to put this into context, the curfew is a 2.5 square kilometer area. The city of Los Angeles is over 800 square kilometers. So we're talking about a very small slice of LA for these protests. And this is why the authorities here are saying that local law enforcement have this situation under control and that this military buildup in the city is unnecessary.
And Tony, if we just speak a little bit more about the curfew, as you said, it covers a 1 square mile section of downtown LA. It's very small. Has the mayor, Karen Bass, actually done enough, do you think, to get LA back under control? And is that the feeling on the ground there now?
The feeling on the ground is that this situation is under control. We did have, of course, a lot of chaos in the initial couple of days of these protests, where you saw those very dramatic images of cars being set on fire, of these interactions with police. They were using tear gas and flashbangs. We do still see that kind of stuff, but we are not seeing cars on fire anymore. The vandalism has mostly stopped. You see a lot of cleanup crews around the city scraping graffiti off the sides of buildings, off of windows. But the real kind of dramatic stuff seems to be under control. And officials here would say it was always under control, that there was no need for this buildup. You talked about the spreading of these protests. We are expecting more to take place here in Los Angeles, but we are now starting to see these demonstrations from coast to coast. And you have cities across the country bracing for those today, from Eugene, Oregon to Raleigh, North Carolina to New York City. And in fact, in the state of Texas, which you know is a very red Republican state, the governor, Greg Abbott, has already preemptively deployed the National Guard because they are expecting mass protests across that state today.
And the National Guard don't actually have the capacity to make arrests, but they have been teaming up with ICE. So are the deportations just set to continue with even more strength going forward, despite the protests we've seen?
That's what the president is promising. And ICE on their Twitter page yesterday, their X page yesterday, was actually posting photos of these raids taking place, these arrests taking place in Los Angeles, even as people were out here on the streets clashing with police officers. And we are now seeing that these National Guard troops are acting as sort of reinforcement and protection during these ICE raids. The role of these National Guards troops and the Marines, when they do in fact land in the city, they are outside the city right now receiving training, but their job is going to be, at this point, very limited to protecting federal buildings, federal property, federal personnel. They are not allowed to make arrests, to detain protesters, to search protesters. That is left up to local law enforcement. If the president were to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, he could then give them the power to perform law enforcement duties. And there's a lot of controversy around this. The Insurrection Act is rarely invoked, and it's usually done with the approval or the request of local officials. That is not the case here in California. And also, you know, these troops are trained to fight America's enemies abroad. They are not trained to be police officers. They are not trained for crowd control or understanding what sort of rights the individuals on the ground here actually have. So there's a concern that if they start making arrests, which again is not happening right now, that it could lead to a lot of confusion and a very bad situation.
And we have seen Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom come to blows over the riots, over the protests, over the National Guard. Is this a case of federal versus state, and could it possibly escalate?
I think that it's federal versus state, but it's Republican president versus Democratic governor, and it's also man to man. These two gentlemen have a long, simmering feud between them. They do not like each other, and so we have seen this war of words between them. And the Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, gave this very forceful address to the public last night. He condemned the president for the deployment of these troops and said that Donald Trump was assaulting democracy in the United States. Of course, the president has claimed that Gavin Newsom is just completely incompetent in his job, that he has not been able to keep this situation under control. And he likes to, kind of reflect back to the awful fires that we saw last year, when Donald Trump also accused Gavin Newsom of not having that situation under control. And the president says that if he did not deploy these troops here in Los Angeles, that the city, in his words, would be burning. So there's a lot of feud between them. But what Gavin Newsom is saying right now is that what is happening here in Los Angeles is a test case for the rest of the country. These protests are spreading, and the president has not ruled out deploying the military to other cities where these protests are taking place, especially as we head into this weekend when he is holding a massive military parade in downtown Washington.
Tony Waterman, man to man, thank you so much for your reporting there from LA. Much appreciated. Now, the billionaire Elon Musk says he regrets some of his recent posts about President Donald Trump, admitting they went too far. The fallout began after Musk called Trump's tax bill a disgusting abomination. Trump later declared their relationship was over. Could Musk's latest remarks help mend these broken ties? Let's speak to John Kavalich, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. So, John, is this the makeup after the breakup, potentially?
It's part one in the breakup process, and then moving toward a moment of renewal. It is instructive that Elon Musk said that he regrets some of the posts. We don't have a list of the posts, and we don't know, more importantly, how he ranks each one of those posts. So which one is he regretting? And when you look at all of them that he did, is it an important one? Is it one that offended President Trump, or does he regret the ones that really didn't do anything?
Yes, that is the big question. Which ones did he regret? But I don't know, John, will we see President Trump forgive and forget, or is he likely to hold a long-term grudge against Elon Musk? To be honest, on a personal note, I always think the bigger person apologizes first, but I could be wrong.
Well, in this case, you sort of have two little people in terms of they have oversized egos. And with that massive size of those egos, they're incredibly fragile. They're like eggs. They're like eggshells. They're not made out of steel. And in President Trump's case, we know that he doesn't take any slight lightly. And he does have an ability to sort of roll through it because he's transactional. So if Elon Musk apologizes, but isn't quite clear about what he's apologizing for, President Trump just looks and says, he said, I'm sorry, so I can move on. But President Trump keeps in his back pocket, wait a minute, what really didn't he apologize for, and all that. So Elon Musk is certainly not, out of the proverbial woodshed. He's probably, peeking out the door, but he's still in there. And this is really an issue of his ego. When you're around people that are powerful, and in this case, you're around the President of the United States, you're at the White House, you're on Air Force One, you're on Marine One, you're sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom, you're in the Oval Office, you have an office in the old Executive Office building, you're in the presidential motorcade in the Beast. When all that's going on, the people around the principal start absorbing it, and they almost feel as though now it's part of them. And with Elon Musk, I think that's sort of what happened, where the world's richest guy on paper started to believe that he had those powers of persuasion and just power, and he didn't. The president of the United States is different. And I think Elon Musk is learning a painful lesson that you take on a president who is outside all of the norms in terms of attacking back, and he'll hit your business and your business will suffer. And it doesn't matter whether you own Twitter, he owns the White House.
And that's a really good point, because as we do know, Elon Musk, he's the richest man in the world. He donated over $290 million to Trump's campaign and was seen really as Trump's right-hand man. Everyone went on about the bromance between the two individuals. But what did this cost Elon Musk from a business point of view and also from a reputational point of view?
We're not able to quantify that other than looking at the stock of Tesla which has been erratic the last weeks. Twitter, of course, is harder to look at in terms of are there people that ran away and went over to President Trump's company Truth Social, or are there people less posting? It's hard to quantify, but what we all can see is that President Trump made it clear he wasn't happy. And President Trump didn't move toward Elon Musk saying, Elon, I love you like a brother. I love you like a son. I need you back in the fold. Forgive me for insulting you or being mean to you. No, this was Elon Musk realizing that he has government contracts, and President Trump will go after those contracts. And then it's also the way in which regulations are managed by the U.S. government. An official can speed up the process or can go exactly as the process requires, and that can hurt Elon Musk. He's got the driverless vehicles that he's planning to begin in Texas. Of course, very Republican state. The governor there very much supports President Trump. Alphabet has its Waymo, which of course has been seen in the recent riots in L.A. But President Trump could easily say, let's just do everything by the book. And whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Tesla, whether it's the driverless vehicles, he could make life really miserable for Musk. And I think Mr. Musk has learned a painful lesson that you might have more money than anyone else in the world, but you do not have the title President of the United States. And they're very, very different animals and different beings.
Yes, indeed. Vice President J.D. Vance has said he hoped Elon would come back into the fold. However, former Trump aide Steve Bannon has called for Musk's deportation. Very split views there. What does the future actually hold for Elon Musk now? And do you think politics will ever be part of it again?
I think he will, look toward the midterm elections in November 2026, where the entire 435 members of the House and 33 members of the Senate are up for re-election. That's going to be very important to the Republican Party. My guess is that Elon Musk is going to spend the next months focusing on his businesses, getting those working well, having some successes with SpaceX, because President Trump very much likes anything to do with space and rockets and big things launching. That would do very, very well to sort of bring him back into the fold. President Trump does have a history of not liking people and then forgiving them, because for him, the process of forgiving demonstrates his raw power, that I have the ability to pardon you or to allow you back into the tent, maybe just a little bit. Maybe you'll go to one Mar-a-Lago event instead of two. Maybe you'll be outside the rope line instead of in with the VIPs, but slowly he'll bring him back in. But he's going to make him know at every juncture, remember, I'm the president, you're not, and I'm doing you a favor by letting you back in. So I think Mr. Musk is going to be juggling for a while. And at some point, someone is going to say to him on the record, media, etc., you said you regretted some of those posts. Which ones did you regret? And please rank them in order of importance.
John Cavalage, that's my next question if I ever get to interview Elon Musk. Thank you so much for that, senior editor for Outcome Modeling there, John Cavalage. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Benjamin Netanyahu's government faces a major test after the opposition submitted a bill to dissolve the Israeli government. The ultra-Orthodox parties are furious those in power have failed to pass a law exempting their community from mandatory military service. The Knesset is set to hold a preliminary vote to dissolve itself following the dispute, a first step that could lead to an early election. Poland's pro-EU government faces a confidence vote in parliament as it attempts to demonstrate that it still has majority support. The vote was called by Prime Minister Donald Tusk after nationalist Karol Nawrocki won the presidency. After the vote of confidence, Tusk said there will be a cabinet reshuffle which will happen in July. The European Union has rejected France's proposal for a bloc-wide social ban for children under the age of 15. It follows the murder of a teaching assistant by a 14-year-old boy, which happened yesterday. Macron has vowed to go ahead with the ban, saying social media can have negative effects on children's mental and physical health. And Khaby Lame, the world's most viral silent TikTok creator, has left the US after being detained by ICE in Las Vegas. A US immigration spokesperson said the Senegalese-Italian creator overstayed his visit. ICE granted the influencer voluntary deportation on the 6th of June. Now, in southern Lebanon, a video has surfaced on social media showing a UNIFIL peacekeeper being slapped during a heated argument with a local resident. The incident comes amid growing uncertainty over the peacekeeper's future in the region. The US and Israel are pushing to end its mandate and approach what is opposed by France. Let's have a look.
Hey! Don't touch him! Hey! Hey! Don't touch him! Don't touch him, Oula!
For more on this, I'm joined by UNIFIL spokesperson Andrea Tanetti. Thank you, Andrea. Pretty shocking footage that we've seen there in that post. Can you tell us more about the incident and who was actually involved?
Yes, yesterday one of our patrol was conducting a regular activity in southern Lebanon and done in coordination and planned with the Lebanese army were stopped and aggressively by a group of civilians. As you mentioned, one peacekeeper was slapped. Lebanese army intervened and the situation went back to it returned to calm. So basically the peacekeepers were able to conduct their activity. This, of course, is unacceptable. It's a violation of Resolution 1701, and peacekeepers are allowed and are authorized to conduct activities independently. I would like to add that this is not the first time that has happened, incidents like this, but also on the positive side, we are conducting hundreds of activities on a daily basis in southern Lebanon, and these kind of incidents luckily they are not the norm, and there are sporadic incidents. The vast majorities of the interaction and activities are conducted without problems. Who did it, of course, it's not known, but there are groups of people, I don't know if it could be Hezbollah sympathizers, but at the same time, after this incident, we got a lot of support from all the Lebanese authorities, all the different political parties in support of the mission. The reality is that there is some misunderstanding on the role of UNIFIL, if they could work or can work without or with the Lebanese army. And this is one of the main disinformation or misunderstanding that we have been seeing in recent months.
And UNIFIL is facing growing challenges on the ground, as you just said to me, in southern Lebanon, but also, really, Andrea, on an international stage. Israel and the US are debating the peacekeepers' future in the area. How concerning is all of this rhetoric for you?
As you said, rhetoric and reality are different. Reports where we have seen in these days were mentioning unnamed sources. So basically, they are not factual information. I'm sure there are speculative reports, especially coming up towards mission mandate renewal. And this is one of the main problem right now. Speculations are running wild, but the decision has not been taken. Security Council, we need to meet and decide on the future of UNIFIL. The reality is that there is still a strong support for the international peacekeeping mission in southern Lebanon because we are still providing stability or trying to bring back stability in this region. At the same time, the support to the Lebanese army is of paramount importance, and then we are doing on a daily basis in order to redeploy the Lebanese army in the south. And that's important because we need to have a state authority back in the south of Lebanon. It's important for the Lebanese army to take full control of the south and for the IDF, for the Israeli Defense Forces positions to move back to Israel because they're still occupying several posts in southern Lebanon.
UNIFIL are unable to actually intervene, and you don't have a mandate to do so. And many argue, despite your presence in the region, Hezbollah has still managed to expand in southern Lebanon. You just explained what differences you are making, but is it actually enough to justify the position? And do you have the strength to push back the IDF?
Well, the political situation and in the region has changed drastically in the last several months. Even the government in Lebanon has changed, so the situation is very much different. There is more space at the moment for everyone to be able to work for the full implementation of the resolution. In the recent months, we have been able, together with the Lebanese army, to monitor the area, but also to find over 250 different ammunition cache, bunkers and positions, and all reported to the Security Council, and whatever we found, we also reported to the Lebanese army. So a lot of things have changed. The Lebanese army is increasing the number of troops in southern Lebanon. This is another positive sign. We're also important in the south because we're still supporting the local population. At the moment, most of the areas close to the blue line have been completely destroyed. So there is a lot of work that is done in order to clearing roads, also the mining or clearing the area from UXO. So a lot of work is done in these days to assist the parties in the implementation of 1701. As you said, we are not implementing the mission's mandate. It's up to the parties to implement it. We can provide a tool. Peacekeeping mission is a tool for the parties to take advantage of the presence of international peacekeepers on the ground and to move forward toward a real stability, because at the moment we are really monitoring a very fragile stability. International presence and impartial referee in this region is needed much more now than ever.
So in a sense, militarily, UNIFIL isn't effective at this time, but it is helping. I just want to say, if UNIFIL is no longer in southern Lebanon, what risks does the area face going forward? Because obviously there's lots of tension in the region at the moment. There's Israel, Hamas, there's Hezbollah, of course, a link to Iran. So what is the real concern?
Exactly. This is a very good point that we raise all the time. Just imagine what could happen to the south of Lebanon, to the region, if all of a sudden there was no international presence whatsoever, if over 10,000 peacekeepers from 48 countries would not be there at the moment. What could happen? So the mission is important for regional stability. And despite the rhetoric, the presence is valued by the international community. We stayed here during the conflict. As you said, we don't have an enforcing power because we don't have that mandate. But during the crisis, during the conflict, we decided to stay. We didn't move. We didn't leave. We kept our presence, although we're injured referees, all our peacekeepers, in terms of not capable at the time to move around because of the conflict. The presence was very important in order to monitor and report, and also to assist the local population. So, despite the limitation of the mandate, the presence is valid, and now we see with the Security Council, will be up to the 15 members of the Security Council to decide how to move forward with the mission's mandate.
It's been fascinating to get your thoughts. I really appreciate you joining me. Andrea Tonetti, UNIFIL spokesperson. Once again, great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Now, beyond the US, a growing deportation crisis is unfolding as Iran and Pakistan crack down on Afghan refugees. Thousands are being sent back to Taliban-run Afghanistan. In Iran, census slips issued in 2022 were abruptly voided, with 2 million Afghans ordered to leave by June the 5th, which was yesterday. Deportations since then have been described as chaotic, with little legal or humanitarian support in place. For more on this, I'm joined by Shukriya Baraski, former Afghan MP and member of the Afghan peace negotiating team. Shukriya, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your time. Is Afghanistan prepared to receive and reintegrate the hundreds of thousands of people returning to the country from Iran and Pakistan, as we have seen chaotic border scenes?
Thank you for having me. Of course, Afghanistan is not in the normal situation to open herself for such a big and large number of deportation. Allow me to say a few things before. This deportation is not simple as we think, as we thought. Iran is, for instance, they are a member of United Nations and they signed the Refugee Convention in 1951. And according to that conventions, they are not allowed to deport Afghans because it is going to be against Article 33 on that convention, the rights of or the condition of non-refoulement, because on that one, they cannot send people where their life is under threat. We all know the situation of Afghanistan since 2021 August till now was been changed massively. 8 million Afghans flee the country since then. And now, because of lack of education for girls, because of lack of job opportunity, political crisis, humanitarian crisis was shouting very loud in the past 4 years. 50% of population are living below poverty, and that massive millions of Afghans from Pakistan and Iran will be another extra heavy load on the situation that Afghanistan does. The lack of access to healthcare service, the poor service, social service from the government to the public, the lack of shelters are one of the greatest challenge. Beside of that, unfortunately, for those families that they left Afghanistan just for the sake of their safety and their children and their female member of their family, education and high education, this is quite sad to see because they don't have any future. They start in the past 4 years or before in Iran or in Pakistan, and now they go back in a circle which is they avoid to not seen and to not be discriminated. That's why it's pretty difficult time right now in the eastern side of country and also in the southern side of the country. If you see the big campus for the returnees and their life condition in such a hot and harsh hot season, it's quite in danger. I could say the lack of primary services is also one of the big challenge that they are facing at the moment.
Shukriya, I just heard you speaking there to me and explaining the situation. 50% of people living below the poverty line, 8 million fleeing Afghanistan. The situation is immensely difficult. Iran's deputy foreign minister says Iran can no longer afford to host Afghan refugees. I know you mentioned the refugee convention that was signed by Iran. But Iran economically says right now it just can't afford the extra refugees. Do you agree with this assessment of the situation?
I wish the Iranian government will be transparent when they are delivering any messages. Which kind of service they provide for Afghan refugees for the past 4 decades? Afghan refugees was not heavy load to Iranian shoulder because Iran, because of Afghan refugees, got a lot of support from United Nations, and Iran government are not providing any kind of support to the refugees. Even they are not letting our kids to go to governmental school or high school. Even, unfortunately, those people that they are working in Iran, the biggest complaint and challenge is right now, the company or the individuals that they are working, they are not paying their money. Even those property that Afghan bought in Iran, they are not able to claim it back. It's not something when we are talking about refugees, we are thinking according to our mind, okay, they will provide shelter, they will provide, let's say, the basic services to the refugees. It's not the case in Iran and Pakistan. In fact, Afghanistan and Afghans contribute with the Iran and Pakistan economy because they work there or they received money from member of their family outside. And some Afghans are running a great and large businesses in Iran and Pakistan. It's not something that we could say Afghan refugees were been economically something that Iran government will look after them. It never was the case, and it never is the case. I think Iranians are busy quite enough to spend their money other part of the world for other purposes. They never spend their money for Afghan refugees. Yes, they spend money to establish Fatimiyun, a militia fighter, to go and fight for Iran in different countries. Yes, they establish and they support their own favorite people in Afghanistan to interfere, including right now they are supporting the Taliban. But it's not the case of refugee at all. It never was and it never is.
Pakistan claims it is deporting Afghans due to concerns about terrorism. How has the Taliban responded to the recent waves of repatriations? What are the Taliban saying?
Well, of course, Taliban ask, according to their official statement, to the government of Pakistan that stop it for now. And of course, they start to build a kind of council between 2 countries and 2 states, because some of the investors, Afghan investments or big businessmen, their property and their capital, their money are been stacking in Pakistan, and they are trying to find a way how they can get it back. So for that purpose also they established something. But to be honest, the relation between Pakistan and Taliban is much different, the relation from Pakistani government towards, or their policy or their behavior towards Afghans, unfortunately, no matter in which part of the Pakistan they live, they are under pressure. Despite of they are paying for their police, they are paying for their visas, they are paying for their documents. They bought the house, they invest, they have their lands, they have their business, but you don't know, never, even people with the document, they are going to be deported. It is something very sad because the lack of management within Afghan government was been one of the biggest challenge. but the issue of refugee was always been used as a pressure point to the government of Afghanistan. And right now, for the de facto authority, I'm not sure how they're going to handle, because they're quite new for diplomacy. They're quite new. Even they don't know how to deliver, how to manage. It is, and also the international community, especially OIM and other OCHA and other international organizations, they also trying their best, but lack of funding within the United Nations is also one of the crises that the price will be paid by the refugees, that they are forced to go back to the area which is not safe for them, or they and their family member are not feeling they are under threat, most of them. But despite of this, it is important for accountability. I think there should be some sort of accountability from those states that they are claiming they are part of the international community, they are part of United Nations, but they are never doing their own homework, John, properly done. I do understand undocumented refugees are a large number, but identifying them is also a great challenge for Afghans. Afghanistan shouldn't be a safe land for those terrorist networks, which is they don't have space and place within the entire world. This is the biggest concern among every citizen of Afghanistan.
Shukriya Baraski, I'm so sorry. We are no longer have any time left, but it was brilliant to hear from you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Former Afghan MP and member of the Afghan peace negotiating team. Once again, thank you for joining the show. Now, the US and China have agreed to a deal. That's according to the US President Donald Trump. But he's also said in his post on Truth Social that Chinese President Xi Jinping had yet to agree to it. Chinese and US trade negotiators held talks for 2 days to try to build a tariff truce brokered in Geneva last month. Kamal Nedilek in Hong Kong sent us this report.
Striking a triumphant tone, US President Donald Trump declared that the deal is done. Posting on his social media platform Truth Social, Trump said that Beijing had agreed to relax curbs on rare earth minerals. Now, that was a crucial issue for US negotiators, as the US needs those resources for everything from mobile phone manufacturing to computer manufacturing to electric vehicles, and American manufacturers had been feeling the pinch. Another issue now supposedly resolved is that of Chinese students studying in the US. Now, a couple of weeks ago, Washington had said that Chinese students could have their visas revoked if they had links to the Chinese Communist Party or if they were engaging in critical research. And that was very concerning for the more than 250,000 students that thought they could be impacted by this. That measure is no longer going ahead. Trump went on to say that he has an excellent relationship with China, quite the contrast to during the negotiations when he said that negotiating with Beijing is difficult. Now, all of this is part of a temporary truce, and what happens after that 90-day trade truce expires on the 10th of August, we don't know yet, and all of the focus at the moment and all of the discussions at the moment have been about resolving and enforcing this temporary truce. Nothing about the long-term ceasefire to the trade war.
A reminder of our top stories. US cities brace for more protests. Los Angeles police say mass arrests made in areas which were under curfew. After a public feud, Elon Musk regrets his words about the US president. Will this be the makeup after the breakup? In southern Lebanon, a UNIFIL peacekeeper is slapped during a confrontation. Iran and Pakistan are intensifying deportations of Afghan nationals, with returnees reporting mistreatment. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Did you ever miss a Zoom meeting because you got the time wrong or called someone halfway across the world only to realize it's the middle of the night over there? Yeah, you can thank time zones for that. They control when we work, when we sleep, and when we travel, and when we even Zoom. But have you ever wondered who decided what time it is? Let's take a closer look here on Pixel with me, Joanne Soria. Time zones exist because of one simple, undeniable fact. The Earth rotates. It takes 24 hours for our planet to complete one full spin on its axis. That means while it's sunrise in Paris, it's already afternoon in Beijing, and still pitch dark in New York City. Different places experience daylight at different times. And get this, even if we didn't have time zones, noon in some places would be in total darkness, and sunrise would be anywhere on the clock. Basically complete chaos. But time zones weren't always around. For most of human history, people used local solar time. That means noon was whenever the sun was highest in the sky. Simple, right? But things started to get a bit complicated in the 1800s. The invention of the telegraph and railroads connected people and places like never before. And suddenly, knowing the exact time somewhere else became critical. Train stations in particular became a timekeeping nightmare. In the US alone, there were once over 300 different local times. Just imagine trying to schedule a train across different towns with that many local timings. That mess led to a solution, thanks to Canadian railway planner named Sir Sandford Fleming. In the 1870s, he suggested dividing the Earth into 24 time zones, one for each hour of the day. Each zone would span 15 degrees of longitude. And to make it official, world leaders met in Washington, D.C. in 1884 to standardize the system. At that meeting, they chose Greenwich, England, as the starting point, home of Greenwich Mean Time, or GMT. They also drew the prime meridian, 0 degrees longitude, right through Greenwich. From there, time zones were born, slicing the Earth like pieces of an orange. That sounds simple, right? Well, in practice, not so much, because time zones aren't actually straight lines. They zigzag all over the map. Why? Because countries decide their own time zones. Politics, economics, convenience, they all play a role. Take India, for example. It spans 2 time zones geographically, but uses just one, that's Indian Standard Time. China is even more extreme. It stretches across 5 natural time zones, yet the entire country runs on Beijing time. And Nepal? It's the only country with a time zone that's 45 minutes off GMT. Very precise. As if things weren't complicated enough, some countries shift their clock twice a year for daylight saving time, an effort to save sunlight by making better use of daylight hours. But not everyone does it. Many countries, and even some states in the US, opt out entirely. Arizona, for instance, doesn't observe daylight saving time, but the Navajo Nation, located within Arizona, actually does. Yeah, even within one state, 2 different clocks. So what's the big deal about time zones? They're not just trivia, they're essential to how our world works. They help planes fly safely across continents. They keep stock markets coordinated. They let you schedule Zoom calls without waking someone up in the middle of the night. In a world more connected than ever, understanding time zones is a kind of global literacy, something that helps us navigate across borders, time, and technology. So the next time you check the time in Tokyo or wonder why it's dark in California while you're eating lunch in Riyadh, remember, it's all because our planet is spinning. And someone somewhere thought, hey, we should make time for that. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English for this special Counterpoints interview. I'm Melinda Nusafora. The death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 55,000. That's according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The tragic milestone comes as world leaders and high-ranking politicians prepare to gather in New York for a Palestinian conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. To discuss next week's meeting, I'm pleased to say we're joined by Prince Turki Al Faisal, the former Saudi intelligence chief and the kingdom's one-time ambassador to the US and the UK. Your Royal Highness, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints for this special interview.
Thank you very much for having me.
Your Royal Highness, 20 months on, 55,000 deaths. What's your assessment of the current situation in Gaza?
It's a crime unprecedented, I think, in the history of humanity. And the blame is almost universal. The world is standing by while Israel executes genocide and all of the concomitant awful consequences of that word. Population displacement, starvation, a disease, all of the things that can happen to a people in a negative way are being done to the Palestinians by Israel, and the world is refusing to put a stop to that. We hear nations, saying we sympathize with the deaths of the Palestinians and things like that. Well, sympathy is not enough. You have to prevent the killing. And the only way to do that is to stop the fighting and to stop the killing and to stop this tirade of Israeli inhumanity inflicted on the Palestinians.
So Saudi Arabia, in an effort to take some of that action, will co-chair next week's Palestinian conference in New York. What are your expectations for the meeting? Ideally, what would you like to see achieved?
First of all, there should be recognition of a Palestinian state. That is something that is long overdue. And we've heard from countries like France and others in Europe and other places saying that they may or may not do that. That is unacceptable. And I think since France and the kingdom have put their efforts to be joint hosts of this conference, I'm sure the kingdom will be pushing not just France, but all the attendants of that conference, not only to recognize a Palestinian state, but also to impose a ceasefire on the Israelis. It is imperative that the world comes to an end on that specific subject and say enough is enough.
You mentioned statehood there. So we have been hearing reports that your co-chair, France, and other Western nations have walked back a little bit from the possibility, the probability of recognising a Palestinian state at the conference. How disappointing is that? Is this a missed opportunity, perhaps?
Indeed, and I would rather wait until the conference takes place. I will not go by media speculation, whether reference to anonymous sources or any other sources. I have not seen any official statements by either France or other European countries that they will walk back, as you said, from recognition of a Palestinian state. So let's wait and see what comes out of the conference. And this is where the kingdom has been playing the major role in pushing for the recognition of the Palestinian state.
The US Ambassador Mike Huckabee has said if there's such a desire for a Palestinian state, then perhaps Muslim countries, he says, and I quote, with 644 times more land than Israel, should put up their hands to host it. What do you make of the US Ambassador's comments there?
Well, he's been known to be a fervent supporter of Israel all his career. And so I wouldn't take his words at face value. Really, his words mean nothing. It is what comes out of Washington rather than of the embassy in Jerusalem or in Tel Aviv, the American embassy there that I would account for. So his statement to me means nothing. And from that context, and Israel, as he says, has a small piece of land. Well, it's been stealing Palestinian land. And that is why the Palestinians want it back. So it is not only wrong, but it is sort of excusing the theft of property by Israel.
Previously, the Israeli government has called on regional countries, including Saudi Arabia, to take in Palestinians. What does the kingdom make of those kinds of calls from Israel?
These are all efforts to put the blame on others for what Israel is doing. It is Israel that is doing the killing in Palestine. It is Israel that is pushing Palestinians from their land. And as I mentioned, it is Israel that is stealing their land. So other countries taking in the Palestinians is not the solution. The solution is lifting the occupation from Israeli territory. And it's not just in Gaza. It's also in the West Bank. We've seen in the last few days Israel announcing more colonies in the West Bank than ever before. So it is that stealing of Palestinian land that has to stop. And the only way to do that is for the world to recognize the Palestinian state, which has defined territory fully identified as Palestinian so that the Israelis don't steal more of it. And this is where I think the world has been negligent from that perspective.
If we turn back to the US ambassador's comments, Mike Huckabee also called the conference ill-timed and inappropriate. And yet we've seen a lot of positive comments about the conference from other Western allies. What do you say to the US ambassador's quite critical assessment of the conference next week in New York?
I will not address myself to what Mr. Huckabee says. As I said, he is representing America as a representative of Israel rather than as a representative of America. So I would rather wait to see what comes out of the U.S. government in Washington and not from Mr. Huckabee.
There's been a lot of praise given to the Trump administration and to his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, for their efforts in getting that temporary ceasefire with Hamas, along with securing some of the Israeli hostages' return. What do you make of their efforts so far, and what more do you think they and other allies could be doing to put pressure on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Their efforts to get that ceasefire were well deserved, and we need more of that to get more of that ceasefire in place, and a permanent one, not just a temporary one. This is, I think, what is expected of not just the United States, but the world community. Unfortunately, as we've seen recently, the United Nations resolution that was put forth in the UN Security Council to end the fighting in Palestine was vetoed by the Americans. So I don't know where they're planning to go from there. We need more of their pressure on Israel to stop the fighting rather than vetoing resolutions calling for the stopping of the killing and the pillage that Israel is practicing on Palestinians.
Do you think there can be peace or a ceasefire with Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition in charge in Israel?
I don't think I need to answer that question. They've shown their intentions quite clearly. They deny that there is going to be a Palestinian state. They claim all of the territory of the West Bank and Gaza. And as mentioned by yourself, they want to drive the Palestinians to other places than Palestine. So it is a moot thing for me to say that the Israeli government does not want peace. They just want a continuation of the occupation and the stealing of Palestinian land and the driving away of Palestinian people from their homes.
Do you have faith in the Trump administration that they can revive these talks, get back to where they were when that ceasefire was agreed to, and reach a lasting ceasefire?
I never lose faith when it comes to politics. You never know. And the fact that Mr. Trump, for example, has contravened Mr. Netanyahu's wishes for a confrontation with Iran, for example, was a welcome step to avoid more warfare in the area and going for negotiations of a new nuclear deal with Iran. Mr. Trump's deal with the Houthis to stop the Houthis' intervention on the Red Sea commerce and shipping lanes was also without consultation with Mr. Netanyahu. And to go back to the release of one of those hostages who had an American citizenship, Mr. Trump dealt directly with Hamas without Mr. Netanyahu being involved. So Mr. Trump has shown that he can operate without the influence or the necessarily the approval of Mr. Netanyahu. And I hope he does the same for a permanent solution of the Palestinian issue in a two-state solution with the capital of East Jerusalem in Palestine and security for all Palestinians and for the rest of us from the Israeli war machine.
Some of Israel's other Western allies have started to change their rhetoric. We even saw just recently the UK, Australia, for example, sanctioning some of the Israeli hardline ministers. Are you disappointed that a lot of these Western countries have waited 20 months to express any kind of outrage against the Israeli government? And do you think it's too little too late now?
It is too little, definitely. It is never too late to condemn Israeli actions and to, put blame on Israeli politicians. I want to see more of that. I want to see the Israeli government condemned and sanctioned by these Western governments. They've sanctioned other countries before. Russia is an example over the Ukraine issue. What the Israelis are doing in Palestine is much worse than what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. And yet these countries still are reticent and hesitant about applying the same standards to the Israeli occupation of Palestine that they have applied to the Russian occupation of Ukrainian territory.
You mentioned a two-state solution just before in your previous answer. We've been hearing from the US, from the administration itself, saying that at this stage a two-state solution is no longer on the table. It's not a goal, an immediate goal for them at this point. Is that disappointing, and how much does that set back the Palestinian cause in your mind?
I have not heard that statement myself, but if that statement came out of U.S. Officials, definitely it would be very disappointing. The whole world is going for a two-state solution and the establishment of a Palestinian state. So the United States would be very much a lone wolf, if you like, in denying statehood for the Palestinians. I hope if they have done that, or if they have said those words, that they will retract them and come out in support of the peace conference in New York.
Some Israeli government ministers have warned that if particularly European allies recognise Palestinian statehood, whether it's at the upcoming conference or in some time in the future, it would respond by annexing more land in the West Bank. What's your reaction?
They have done that already. They are not waiting for the Europeans to recognize the Palestinian state. As I mentioned just a few days ago, they've also proclaimed that they're going to establish more colonies on the West Bank. So that's a moot point for them. And I think it is highly irresponsible of the European countries not to take action against that action that was taken by Israel of stealing more land. We want to see full condemnation for that action by the Europeans and full recognition of a Palestinian state.
There are reports as well ahead of the conference that the Palestinian Authority has suggested it will make, and I quote, concrete and unprecedented commitments to reform at the New York meeting. President Emmanuel Macron's office has suggested that Mahmoud Abbas has pledged that Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. Do you think Hamas will have a hand in or over Gaza in any kind of a state that would be established?
I'm not privy to official communications and statements that come out of either the Palestinian Authority or the French government. So I really don't know what the state of affairs is on that specific subject. What I do know is that the Palestinians should be allowed to decide for themselves and not be dictated to by others. And if there is going to be prevention of Hamas from having any role in a future Palestine, there should equally be prevention of the present Israeli government and the officials there from any role in any future peace negotiations over the two-state solution.
Your Excellency, you've been working in key diplomatic and security-related roles for a long time. When you look at the decision from Hamas to carry out the October 7 attacks, from a political, from a military point of view, do you think it was a strategic mistake that has harmed the Palestinian cause?
From the very beginning of that affair, I made a statement after the October 7th saying that, in my view, it is better to fight Israel with civil disobedience rather than using military arms. The wisdom of having equal strength to fight your enemy was lacking in that decision by Hamas to do what they did. Because all it ended up in was that, the Israelis had the excuse at the beginning to go on that rampage and still continue that rampage, and not only of destroying all of Gaza, but also doing what they are doing in the West Bank, all under the excuse that they were attacked by Hamas. So I'm all for civil disobedience as a means of denying Israel not only its justification for what he's doing, but also for gaining world sympathy for their cause.
For the Palestinian people in Gaza, when you consider the sacrifices and the tragedy that they have faced since October 7, if the prerequisite remains from Israel that Hamas should put down their weapons, if that is going to be a prerequisite for the war to end, do you think Hamas should?
I think the Israelis should do that. They're the ones who are doing the killing now. Hamas is simply there. I think I've not seen any reports of any ability of Hamas of doing any more killing, in spite of what might come out in social media and so on. So it is the Israelis who have to drop their arms and stop the killing and go to negotiations and let the Palestinian Authority represent the Palestinian people. That is the only solution, I think, for the two-state solution.
If I could ask you about normalization with Israel. I mean, before October 7, it seemed as if things were progressing in that area. Is that now completely off the table? What would it take now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to return to the path of normalizing relations with Israel?
Our leadership has been very clear in that. There has to be a Palestinian state with its capital in East Jerusalem for any normalization to happen between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That position has not changed, and it was the position even before October 7. At that time, there were negotiations proposed by the Americans, if you remember, that Saudi Arabia should have normalization with Israel, and the kingdom proposed to the Americans at the time that there should be a Palestinian state in order for Saudi Arabia to have normalization with Israel. The Israelis, by their actions, have prevented that from happening. So it's not going to happen as long as the Israeli occupation continues in Palestine and there is no Palestinian state.
The Israeli administration has said on occasion, and also the US administration, that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is willing to remove that prerequisite. Are they telling falsehoods?
As I mentioned, our leadership has never denied or hesitated in saying that that is a primary condition. And they keep saying that at all levels. The king, the crown prince, the foreign minister, other ministers, all the statements, the weekly cabinet meetings that come out with statements about Palestine. The crown prince just recently in his address to the pilgrims mentioned that the Palestinian state must be established and the Palestinian people get their legitimate right for self-determination. That is a clear statement, and if there is somebody who doesn't hear what the leadership is saying, then they should fix their hearing and put some hearing aids in their ears.
We've heard again from the Trump administration the repeat of this idea of moving Palestinians out of the Gaza area so that it can be rebuilt into a more desirable destination. Do you think that that's also a little bit of cultural colonialism, that the US is inflicting its idea of what is a desirable civilization onto what the people there should expect?
I thought that issue has died a clear death after it was made several months ago, and I haven't heard it repeated again. So I would be surprised if that were still the position of the American administration.
It was repeated again by the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, who said it was time to move Palestinians out. I know, as you've said, you don't put much credence in his comments, but he does represent the US administration's beliefs. He doesn't stray far from what the administration holds dear.
Well, that's for the American administration to decide upon. I don't consider him as representing the American government. I said I will wait for a statement to come out of Washington and not for Israel's ambassador to the United States.
With regards to the negotiations, how do you think, what do you think needs to happen for them to get back on track? Do you think that there is anything that either side could or should maybe move an inch on that you think can bring the parties realistically back to the table?
I think the Americans should do what they did the first time that they had the ceasefire, is put their foot down on the Israeli necks and say, you guys better do it or else. Unless that happens, I don't think anything will go forward.
Do you have any message for Israel and for the Trump administration about returning to the negotiating table, about future of peace in the region?
Yeah, go for peace, not for war. That is something that is clearly the wish of the world community, and even a substantial portion of the Israeli community, and even more so the worldwide Jewish diaspora is more and more in support of a free Palestine. Just look at the demonstrations that have taken place all over the world since October 7th in support of Palestinian independence. Many of those demonstrating are Jewish, and they are the ones who should be speaking for the Jewish people, not Mr. Netanyahu and his criminal gang.
Your Excellency, we'll have to leave it there, but we absolutely appreciate your candid insights and your time. Prince Turki Al Faisal, former Saudi intelligence chief and one-time ambassador to the US and the UK, we appreciate greatly having you here on Counterpoints for our special interview. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. All newspapers continue to cover the latest developments regarding the Los Angeles protests, with many reporting on the administration's decision to deploy federal military forces to the state. Others focused on the spread of these protests to other states and cities across the U.S. Media outlets also covered the US-China trade talks in London as the two countries agreed on a framework to resolve their trade disputes. Another story received wide coverage in newspapers today, which is the imposition of sanctions on two far-right Israeli cabinet ministers, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, by the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand and Norway. Let's start with the LA protests. The Wall Street Journal published an interview with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, following the high-profile bitter clash between Newsom and the president over the LA protests and the Trump administration immigration policy enforcement and military deployments in Los Angeles. Newsom describes the moment as a test of democracy, criticizing Trump for sending Marines and National Guard troops to police protests as political theater. He also accuses Trump of authoritarian overreach and vows to stand up for Californians, even as he faces political risks and speculation about a future presidential run. In the review, the governor condemns violence but defends peaceful protest, while also trying to position himself as a pragmatic leader who can challenge both Trump and the far left. The review reveals a leader determined to protect his state and its values. The Times published an analysis exploring the roots of Los Angeles' current immigration tensions by revisiting the city's deep Hispanic heritage and its history as a Mexican territory before 1848. Today, Los Angeles is a sanctuary city with nearly 1 million undocumented migrants, mostly from Mexico and Central America. California's illegal migrant population, in fact, decreased between 2019 and also 2022, with newcomers favoring Florida, Texas, and New York. Nevertheless, there are 1.8 million illegal immigrants estimated to be living in California, the most of any state across or according to the Pew Research Center. The analysis also includes a map of the United States showing the different areas here, as you can see, of the states that are considered migrant sanctuary. As you can see, most of the West Coast are considered sanctuary states, with California the biggest, as you can see here on the map. And there's also Oregon and also Washington State, Colorado and Utah here in the middle, as you can see. And also Illinois and New York in the east, with many cities in also New Mexico and other areas marked here in orange or brown that are considered sanctuary cities or counties. The piece explains that Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, defended the city's sanctuary policies, arguing they make communities safer, while California's undocumented population has actually declined. Trump's aggressive rhetoric and military response have turned Los Angeles into a national symbol of the immigration debate. The Guardian thoroughly covered the imposition of sanctions on two far-right Israeli cabinet ministers, namely Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, by the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and also Norway. The newspaper published a profile piece on both ministers, saying they are both crucial to Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition. The piece explains that both men are key to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government, and without them, his coalition could collapse. Smotrich is a settler leader who wants to expand Jewish control over Palestinian land, while also Ben-Gvir has a long history of extremist activism and was once barred from army service. The article highlights that the two ministers' hardline views and also actions have led to accusations of inciting violence against Palestinians. The piece notes that Netanyahu needs their support to stay in power, especially as he faces corruption charges and public anger over last year's attacks. In conclusion, these sanctions mark a rare international rebuke of Israel's far-right leaders. Stephen Pollard doesn't seem to agree with The Guardian, as he wrote in The Telegraph today about these sanctions, arguing that they are motivated by domestic political pressures rather than concern for Israel's government or foreign policy impact. The author says these ministers bring shame to Israel, but insists it is not Britain's place to decide who should govern another country. The article also claims the sanctions will have little real impact, as the ministers are unlikely to visit countries they see as anti-Israel. It suggests Labour is acting to win back Muslim voters after losing support in areas with large Muslim populations. The author sees the sanctions as a shallow gesture driven by international political fears. I will go back to The Guardian, which published an article by Owen Jones comparing the courage of Greta Thunberg's Gaza aid mission with the inaction and complicity of Western governments. Campaigner Greta Thunberg was deported from Israel after being detained along with other activists aboard a Gaza-bound aid boat. The article tells the story of the Madeleine, a small activist ship carrying food and medical aid to Gazans, with many prominent activists on board, like Greta Thunberg, and its failed attempt to break the blockade. Despite being stopped by Israeli forces, the Madeleine became a symbol of compassion in a world where most leaders ignore Gaza's suffering. The article explains how Israel has long restricted aid to Gaza, making life extremely hard for its people. It highlights warning from experts and politicians that Israel is blocking essential supplies, yet Western governments continue to support Israel with weapons and with silence. The piece argues that Israel's actions are causing mass suffering and may amount to war crimes, and it calls for public pressure to change government policies and end the crisis. Thomas L. Friedman published an article in the New York Times warning that Israel's current military campaign in Gaza is damaging its global reputation and could make Jewish communities worldwide less safe. The author, a supporter of Israel, argues that Prime Minister Netanyahu's tactics risk turning Israel into a pariah state, sparking more anti-Semitism abroad. Many retired Israeli officers are now urging Jews in the diaspora to speak out against the government's policies, fearing the war has lost its moral purpose and has become a tool for revenge. Open letters from former Air Force pilots and security leaders call for a halt to the destruction and for honest debate. The article also calls for similar voices to challenge Hamas, stressing that both sides need to be held accountable for peace to be possible. And we'll stay with the New York Times, which published a news analysis about the tough choice facing Trump in Iran nuclear talks, saying that the president now confronts the reality that stopping Iran's drive towards a bomb may require letting it continue to make some nuclear fuel. The main disagreement is whether the U.S. will allow Iran to keep enriching uranium or risk no deal and a possible war. Trump's team, led by envoy Steve Witkoff, is looking for a compromise, perhaps letting Iran enrich at low levels for a few years, but not on its own soil. The analysis highlights that Iran insists enrichment must happen inside the country and notes that Trump faces opposition from both U.S. hawks and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants a tougher approach. Talks continue, but the risk of military conflict remains if negotiations fail. The article highlights the high stakes and ongoing uncertainty in the negotiations. And we'll end with the Washington Post, where Ishan Tharoor wrote in his column explaining why in trade standoff with China, U.S. might have a losing hand. The article reviews the ongoing trade standoff between the United States and China, focusing on recent negotiations in London. The talks addressed U.S. restrictions on advanced chips and China's controls over rare earth minerals, which are vital for cars, electronics, and also defense. Tharoor argues that China holds more leverage because it can manage chips shortages better than the U.S. can handle rare earth shortages. American industries, especially auto and defense, are bracing for major disruptions if rare earth supplies run out. The piece concludes that while both sides have reached a trade agreement in principle, China's dominance in critical minerals gives it a strong advantage in the global economic context. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff?
investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The world has been fascinated by the faltering bromance between the US President Donald Trump and the world's richest human, Elon Musk. Reactions ranged from astonishment to amusement. Some were dismayed, others dumbfounded. My guest today knows what it's like to be in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. Ibrahim Rasool was dismissed as South Africa's ambassador to the US earlier this year. He was declared persona non grata after being accused of being a, quote, race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Well, I met the former ambassador here at the ENCA studio in Cape Town, and in a fascinating conversation, we discussed Trump, Musk, President Ramaphosa's Oval Office encounter, South African politics, and the Rainbow Nation's place in the world. Ambassador, it's good to have some time with you. It's been a while, actually, since I last saw you, and a lot has happened. Now, having come back a few months from the USA, are you glad to be home?
I think it's been great to be home. It's not where I expected to be. I would have preferred to have completed some of the objectives I had set myself for the US, but I think I did achieve one greater objective, and that is to really call out something that I think needed to be called out. And so in the light of that, I'm happy to be home.
Now, we'll go into detail on some of this stuff, but you got quite a hero's welcome. There were people at the airport, the media was there. Were you surprised?
I was surprised because I came back with doubts about how I would be received. Because I'm used to achieving my objectives, and in this case, I did not achieve the objective I had set out for. But when I saw hundreds of people at the airport, I think that I have achieved something bigger than the trade and tariff objectives that I may have set for myself.
Well, it's such a turbulent time, as we will go through, that perhaps the objectives would have been difficult anyway, but we can get into that. What did President Cyril Ramaphosa have to say about what happened, and so suddenly?
No, I think I spoke to the President the night of the issuing of the declaration of persona non grata. He had a sense of c'est la vie. This is the life that one lives under Donald Trump, that if it had not been that issue, it could have been another issue. If it had not been you, it could have been something else. And he was absolutely correct, because I think ultimately it came down to expelling the ambassador, which was relatively easy. You didn't have to give detailed reasons, or even, on the other hand, sanctioning the top leaders of the ANC, which was what was being called for at that moment. And I think in that regard, Secretary Rubio and President Trump acted in a way that was immediate, easy, and gave them a win.
Now that the dust has settled, what sort of feedback are you getting?
I must say that in the last 2 days especially, as the Trump presidency unravels, as Elon Musk and Trump falls out, as that happens, more and more people are contacting me and saying the behavior of that man, especially, for example, the callous remarks in the presence of the German Chancellor, shows that you actually made the right judgment call, that your view of him is vindicated, that there is no sense of orthodox diplomacy that is at work. So I think that as we begin to see that the things I predicted then are being realized, such as the scramble for critical minerals, such as the absolute disgraceful behavior with the South African delegation in the Oval Office, as the fallout with Elon Musk and the intensely personal nature of that fallout happens, people understand that there is no room at this moment with the USA for orthodox diplomacy.
We'll talk about that, but let me ask you what the reaction has been, or the feedback you've had from outside the country to what happened to you in particular.
I've been really acclaimed everywhere outside the country, in the sense that, and particularly, I think that the world that is in solidarity with the Palestinians, they thought it was something fairly brave. It was an important sacrifice in standing for truth. I think that people have been coming up and saying your prediction about a supremacist instinct is being realized every day. And I think the very vulnerability and weakness of the Trump presidency is coming to light, that it is not that there is something superior that is driving it. It is out of a very deep fear of both domestic and global politics. Domestically, what I said was the changing demographics and voting patterns in the USA, and in a global sense, the fact that they're feeling besieged by the rise of multipolarity in the world, the rise of contending powers like China in the world, and the fallout of a trade war.
As an ambassador, of course, everything you say will get picked up, but it was more in a conversation, a discussion, than a formal speech where you were kind of outlining these for a very formal reception. Were you surprised it was picked up?
I was surprised. I'd been fairly careful. The institute that had invited me, I'd asked them to see their confirmation lists. They did it. I should have picked up that there was an issue when they didn't do the normal Chatham House rules, but I didn't. I should have picked up when they allowed someone who inscribed himself as anonymous was allowed even to ask a question. And what Anonymous asked sounded very much like someone that I was familiar with from my days in Cape Town, but more importantly, the one who led the campaign against me from the moment that I was announced, and that's Joel Pollack of Breitbart News, and that my hosts had in fact allowed anonymity on the platform because it was no longer the South African intelligentsia alone. But having seen that, and then waking up to Joel Pollack, for example, feeding very selected bits out of a 2-hour conversation onto the ether, I thought, yeah.
Just for perspective, his wife is South African, and he was at one stage being considered as a possible nominee for the position of U.S. ambassador to South Africa. And he's a big Trump supporter, of course. And but for some people, it was a strange choice. But obviously, it seems you did have that interaction before. You've had some dealings. Or...
Yes, because he wasn't just in America married to a South African. He was, in fact, the kind of strategist and speechwriter for the leader of the opposition, particularly in the years when I led the ANC in the Western Cape to defeat the DA from both the city council and the provincial government. So there's a lot of beef, if I can put it like that, that I think went down in addition to the contemporary issues that are at play.
Ambassador, I have to ask you to explain a quote of yours after coming back. It is good to feel the dignity of being African.
I think that particularly the USA and maybe to a lesser extent the Western, Northern hemispheres of the world have lost an enormous degree of civility. I think that there's no civility in the conduct of conversation. I think that they lose a lot of dignity in the pursuit of efficiency. I think that they've lost a lot of civility in the intensely robust and personal nature of their interactions and the conduct of their politics. And therefore, when an ambassador from a particular country comes in, his country is under attack. This government is insulted and demeaned, and the worst elements of that society who had oppressed South Africa are received in the White House and so forth, then you think, okay, this is diplomacy 202. To defend your country, you can't be the sheep that is smiling nicely. You've got to be as robust as what they are, but not crude and rude. Right. And I think that it's in that regard that it was really great to come back, that to feel this African dignity, because we grow up with a sense of Ubuntu, the interconnectedness of our humanity. We use that dignity and Ubuntu to settle with our former oppressors and reconcile with them despite the anger and the rage that may be beating in our hearts. We impose discipline upon ourselves in our conduct. When they see our former oppressors that reconciliation is done on their terms, they will reconcile with you if you support their Springbok rugby team. And on those days we will all be united. If they turn your heritage, and it's a heritage of genocide, of slavery, of frontier wars, of dispossession, but they turn it into a great pride day, a day to barbecue, rather than to reflect on where we've come from, and you reconcile with them, then you begin to understand that there's an extraordinary African dignity. And for me, it was just such a wonderful thing to escape the hostile atmosphere of Washington, particularly towards South Africa, and return to this warmth, this loving, dignified, even if you know that there are people at the airport who differed with you.
Well, you know, of course, Ubuntu, togetherness, unity, was very much the mantra of South Africa in the post-apartheid era. I wonder how you felt being, or suddenly finding yourself in the crosshairs of the Trump administration.
I think that it demonstrates, therefore, that there is a hard edge to Ubuntu, that you don't sacrifice humanity in order to be humane. You don't turn a blind eye to inhumanity in order to be humane. And therefore, I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
So presumably when you were having that discussion and those words were picked up, that was your intention, I guess, to highlight what you felt very strongly about?
I think it was an intention to prepare South Africa for the fact that the rules have all been eroded, that there is a different animal in the White House that do not operate by the normal diplomatic conventions, by normal trade negotiations. It is a warning that when you prepare your position on trade, brace yourself for the assault on your humanity. It was one to explain to them that on the basis of rumors of a genocide against white South Africans and the removal of their land from them, that already 8 billion rands worth of aid, particularly for HIV, AIDS and other diseases, had been cut, not on the basis of fact-based interventions, but on the basis of receiving a delegation who alleged certain things, and on the basis of those allegations, a White House issued an executive order that suddenly meant 20,000 health workers out of work, 200 health clinics and facilities closed, that possible 1 million new infections with HIV. That is the dastardly nature of it.
We'll get into it, but I wonder, you did say you wish you'd been able to complete your time and achieve certain things that you'd hoped to while in DC. At any point, have you felt it was perhaps a misjudgment to put yourself in that position?
I think that I didn't feel it at the time, and certainly looking back, I don't feel it, because I felt that the mentality of the Trump administration is that they relent after they have a win. And so if the win for them was that they had my blood, and that opened the door to the president leading a delegation into the White House, then it would be a worthwhile thing. The other win that they may have thought that they wanted was to say, if you want to come in, you don't bring the new envoy along, as is the rumor mill in Washington, because this new envoy said even more blunt things about President Trump. And so I think that it's the mentality. If you can force Zelensky to say thank you for all the aid, if you can force Zelensky to sign a paper signing over all Ukraine's critical minerals, then we may consider what you need after you give us the win that we want.
Well, the White House rhetoric under Donald Trump has been quite sharp, as most people have discovered. But Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State who declared you persona non grata, called you a race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Would you say that's a fair claim?
Hatred doesn't come easily to a South African. If we were taught not to hate, even those. I served in the Western Cape as a minister in a coalition government led by the last apartheid police minister, security minister. Now, hatred does not come easily to me. And so it's not about those kind of emotions. And certainly if race baiting is to regurgitate a fact that is at the center of Republican politics, that the white voting electorate is 48%, that there is the possibility, if all others were to denounce voting for that, then there would be effectively be a majority of minorities. And that's analysis by me. It's not race baiting.
Is that the argument you'd use to convince those, perhaps even supporters of Donald Trump, that your intention was not to appear as a, race-baiting politician and Trump hater?
I owe them no explanation.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't go out of my way. If anything, my interactions with the U.S. after that would be what I would call the forces for change. Even if I disagree deeply with Democrats about how they conducted themselves regarding Palestine, the blindness with which they look at the expansion of NATO. I could disagree with all of them, but I see a modicum of touch points with them because I can appeal to them on human rights. I can have a conversation with them. There is a civility with them that, despite the disagreements, I can conduct. So my job is not to deal with the MAGA forces to convince them. My engagements have been far more to say, how do we return the U.S. to a rational entity that we can talk to again?
Well, that makes me wonder, your first stint as ambassador was from 2010 to 2015, just before Donald Trump came in, under President Barack Obama, the U.S.'s first black president. Describe to me how different that time was for you.
So, in the Obama era, I had the privilege of knowing him before I went to Washington because he visited Cape Town and had a lot of time here. So we got to know each other somewhat, and it's partially the reason that I was asked to go to Washington. And that was the time of the great upheaval in the Muslim world, particularly the Arab world. President Obama was willing to do what the establishment wanted him to do and to shut down the Arab Spring, but there was a rational conversation in which I could say to the president, in 2009 you went to Cairo and called the Arab masses to their finest, when you called them to rise for human rights and freedom and democracy and all of, and they've answered you in 2011. Now you want to be the one to shut it down. And so that was the kind of hard, fundamental conversations.
Without retribution.
Without retribution. If anything, they seem, and I'm not taking credit for it, but there was a way in which Obama allowed the Tunisian elections, allowed didn't enforce his red lines in Syria, allowed the Egyptian, he then had to relent to the establishment when the counter-revolutions happened. But what I'm describing is a robust, very dangerous moment in the geopolitical history of the world. And a South African ambassador, given our own history, coming from the land of Nelson Mandela, could at least be listened to and not dismissed out of hand. And so South Africans often have to act like the canary in the mine. When the oxygen is depleted, the canaries raise the alarm. Because our attuneness to the infractions on human rights, on democracy, on freedom and so forth are such that we can act like the canary in the mine.
On that note, it wasn't that long ago the canaries in the mine were starting to choke when your president, Cyril Ramaphosa, found himself in the crosshairs. So what was your reaction when you saw what a lot of people called an ambush in the Oval Office? You know, it was the biggest trending word on social media for a while.
No, I think that no amount of writing in a report that orthodox diplomacy has been eroded, prepare for a very robust thing, get all the trade and tariff negotiations done before you go to the White House, because the White House, Trump will exact another win from you there. He has to assert himself over you in the White House, but get the trade and tariff deals done before. So I'm hoping that all of those things are in place prior, so that the absorption of the punishment, the ambush in the White House becomes worthwhile. Not dignified, not great, but worthwhile at least. And so I think we understood that we're dealing with a different temperament. It was rather how much would we be able to bite our tongue in order to preserve that which was negotiated in the days leading to the Oval Office meeting.
Well, your quote at the time was, who was the adult in the room?
No, absolutely. And that was so important for South Africans to see and for the world to see, that here the adult in the room was the one who retained dignity, kept a smile on his face, smiled through the lies, the sham TV show, the white papers branded about and so forth. And the adult in the room, knowing that every one of those so-called evidences were absolute lies. The adult in the room maintained dignity, because the adult in the room understood the greater picture was the trade and tariff things that would hurt South Africa, and the smaller picture was the assault on the dignity.
How did you rate the team, having people like Ernie Els, the golfer, go there, knowing that Trump is a big golfing fan and so on? How did you rate the kind of team that went with the president?
It's not an ideal team, because we all had to wince and smile through the tone deafness of Retief Goosen, who said, you helped us in Angola, through the absolute throwing under the bus by saying what a violent country we are, etc. But the way I've explained it is that if you go as a president to China, you take your own translators along. If you go to the land of supremacism, you take your own translators along. Because those translators, the two golfers and the billionaire, acted like the translators from a rational black English, put it into a language that is palatable to a irrational white supremacist, and acted as the media. And so when our president says, we don't have a genocide, we're not confiscating land, one of those translators says, yes, it's true, President Trump, this is really not happening, you've got an exaggerated opinion, and translates it for President Trump. So that is the necessary, I almost called it evil, but that's a necessary compromise we needed to make in that White House.
That's interesting, going in with a psychology. Do you think President Ramaphosa learned a lot from the Zelensky visit? Do you think there was some idea that, look, this is a chance that might happen to us as well?
So when I was still in place, I told President, this is not the time for you to visit too early. We must get our ducks in a row, because what we are trying to do is to prevent a Zelensky moment. Because there is nothing more pleasurable to a Donald Trump than to lord it over a black president. And
because he's white?
There's no other reason.
Okay.
Or he's just a bully by temperament. But the fact is that his MAGA movement expects him to prevail over a black president. And so the MAGA movement is fed this thing about Africa having S-hole countries, about, oh, we don't even know where Lesotho is, etc., etc. That's the kind of way in which it's red meat to that crowd. But the fact of the matter is that I think our president understood what he was going in for, conducted himself absolutely according to script. We bit and held our noses, bit our tongues and held our noses through that encounter. And hopefully the result is that South Africa comes out not good, but fairly okay.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Elon Musk, one of yours technically, who's in the room as well. And obviously things have changed a lot since that moment. How do you regard what's going on now between him and Donald Trump?
I think that Nelson Mandela always had the sense that sometimes a kraal is too small for two bulls. And I think it was bound to happen. Those two bulls needed each other. If Musk did not put in his billions or millions and did not put in his X into that, it's arguable whether Donald Trump could have prevailed, because Donald Trump 101 was a raging bull without an agenda. Donald Trump 202 had 200 executive orders prescribed for him, had a Doge in place, had everything. So clearly that input by Elon Musk and his coterie of other South Africans, Peter Thiel and Joel Pollak and David Sachs and all of them, had really created a sense of purpose amidst the madness. Before 101 was madness, this one was method in the madness that was coming to the fore. And I think that you can hold it for 2, 3, 4 months. Maybe you can patch it up again and go on for another year. But it's always going to be volatile, because the purpose and the madness have a dialectical relationship. Sometimes the madness overwhelms the purpose and hides the purpose, as is the case now, that the madness leads to a thing that could bankrupt the USA, the big, beautiful bill. Or the purpose is just so compelling that it tempers the madness. And I don't think they found the formula between madness and purpose.
Well, they're both pretty unique characters. That obviously is part of it, isn't it?
No, that's exactly it. I think, and I say this with all respect, when you're on that kind of spectrum, the thing that could put your behavior on steroids is absolute power. Lots of people who do carry those quirks are usually confined and disciplined by the infrastructure around them. Imagine the infrastructure isn't there, and you've got two quirky characters running this massive machine. I mean, that's what we are seeing today.
How do South Africans regard Elon Musk now? What perspective do you think they have?
There was a grudging admiration. It's the kind of grudging respect that South Africans have for expatriates, whites, who left, who either fled because they feared a black majority, and they fled with their money and their skills. But we keep in this spirit of reconciliation, we keep an eye on them, and we can sometimes say, that's what South Africa gave them. This ability to establish PayPal, this ability to do the electric car, this ability to drive the rover on Mars, etc., etc. So there is a grudging respect for that, because it comes from the fact that they were born and bred in a country that has that kind of potential.
So to touch on something that's very much in the news since I've been here, does South Africa want or need Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system?
We don't need it. We may not want it, but we may have to get it. Because, and that will depend a lot on how much distance there is between the Trump administration and Elon Musk. Because up till that moment, the Washington Post, for example, had this expose on how a country like Bangladesh was railroaded into accepting Starlink as a precondition for tariff relief and trade reciprocation. And Lesotho was derided in Trump's State of the Union address. Lesotho is in the good books because Lesotho has Starlink now. Zimbabwe was absolutely pilloried, the pariah of the world. Zimbabwe is coming to the mainstream. It has Starlink now. There's a pattern. And the pattern is that the precondition for doing trade and tariff deals with the United States may have to be that you accept Starlink. Now, it's a business deal, and that is what is worrying the South Africa regulators, that how does a country as sophisticated as South Africa hand over its surveillance intelligence capacity to a foreign entity, and how do you put the necessary guardrails in place so that you may have to be forced to do the business deal, but not necessarily sell your intelligence and your surveillance capacity.
The irony is that Huawei, as a Chinese company, faced restriction because of the potential security risks. It's kind of there's perhaps a little irony here that we're seeing two issues on security handled in two very different ways.
And I think that puts pay to the idea that South Africa is simply a kind of tool of China because we put exactly the same kind of rules. I think it's a bit too early to prejudge whether Starlink will get the kind of free ride that Elon Musk wants, or whether we will have some paces to put them through in order to secure our country against intelligence leaks, surveillance capacities, and bypassing some of our business regulations.
A thought before moving on from Elon Musk. In this kind of conflict that's heating up between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who do you think will win?
I think it could be MAD, mutually assured destruction. I think that the two bulls have different strengths, but it's the combination of the strengths that created this extraordinary moment for the USA in its attempt to dominate and regain lost ground in the world. And so, but if Elon Musk wins, it could be because they have a candidate who's waiting in the wings, recruited by the PayPal mafia and trained by the PayPal mafia and installed first in the Senate and now in the vice presidency. And that may be the win that the Musk crowd may have. And so it's no accident that when it was said, let's impeach Donald Trump and let the vice president take over. And I'm going to be very naughty based on my watching movies. Was that the moment that a Manchurian candidate steps in? I leave that question hanging.
Okay. Maybe we'll get back to you at some point and just see what happens, because I'd love to be able to discuss that further. Let's dig in a bit into the whole the farmer issue and the farmers going to the US as refugees, the land debate. How is that heating up here in South Africa?
When I came back from Washington, I took my car, went to the garage, and unlike the US where you throw in your own petrol, here you have garage attendants. And when they recognized me, they all came running up to me and saying, "Hey, Comrade Rasool, you were really, really brave. Thank you very much for standing up for us." And the white guy who thought that his car was being neglected by his attendant running to me, didn't know the pump was on automatic, he said, "Why are you doing?" And these guys, the petrol attendants, told me, "You know what? We're already being punished for taking his land. Why don't we just take their land?" So the point that I'm making is that the very things that we are being punished for and haven't done, the backlash may mean that there is a demand for South Africa to do those kind of things. If we have been slow on land reform, but we are now being punished for land confiscation, why don't we accelerate? If we are being punished for discriminating against whites and not giving them management and those jobs, there may be a demand. Why don't we accelerate the pace of transformation? And the same with the ownership on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. I mean, 90+% ownership by white people. Why don't we accelerate? So what I'm saying is that there is an absolute disappointment that after 30 years of attempted reconciliation, you get this going to the White House, invoking a punishment on South Africa, and yet we have nothing to show for the allegations that are made against us, and therefore should we not be accelerating the pace of transformation.
Now, if I heard it correctly, it's a phrase I haven't heard before. You said blacklash.
I think so, because I think that that maybe our white community thought that they were the only people whose feelings must be mollycoddled through 30 years of transformation. Maybe there was too much of an expectation that black resilience is just so secure that nothing can shake it. I think that not even poverty can shake your resilience, as the idea that you are being insulted and punished for your patience, that suddenly you are accused of something that you have withheld yourself from doing. And that's what would be the essence of what I call a blacklash.
Interesting, the cause and effect, basically.
Yes, absolutely.
So I've been looking at some of the media here, and I've seen that on the farmers' issue, there have been some farmers who've been obviously supporting the idea of this land sort of claiming and them being basically persecuted. But there are some white farmers who've stood up and said, no, this isn't the case. How divided is the white farming community among this, from what you know?
No, I think it is one in which there is division.
Is it being handled the right way here?
I'm not too sure. I don't think that there is responsibility taking sufficiently from the white community, because in any given circumstance, populists always have a bigger megaphone. And those who know the truth are sometimes disabled by a grievance. So, no, crime is too much. Then I shut up on the truth. Oh, no, there's too many regulations in the offing. So let me shut up about the truth. Let me withhold myself from speaking truth to my fellow compatriots who share my color and my race and my ethnicity and my language. And so I don't think that there has been this urgency within the white community to be able to denounce very forcefully their compatriots, not even those who share power with us. It's always a no but. No, there is no genocide, but there is all these farm murders. And the farm murders over the last 10 years. I'm not saying it's horrific that anyone should be murdered. But 630 farm murders over the last 10 years. And when I say farm murders, not murders of whites, but also murders of black farm workers at the hands of those who now queue up for refugee status. I mean, I'm not speaking about in the apartheid years, but last year, 2 women picking up dairy products that are expired, shot, cut up, and fed to the pigs. Now, if you, as a white community, can't recoil from that and hold that up as, that's not us, not in my name, then I think you have a passion gap for your country, and you have a passion gap for the truth.
So I've seen these stories here in the South African media. And the twist is that Donald Trump, holding up those bits of paper and so on, described it as large-scale killing of white farmers. So in your eyes, is that misinformation, disinformation, propaganda? How is it being pushed? Because people outside hadn't really heard the story that much before.
Populism doesn't work on truth. It works on narration. The narrative must win. The truth is incidental. So that's true. That's black populists and that's white populists, or any Muslim populists, Zionist populism. And so in a very important way, truth is the casualty. But the fact of the matter is that when Donald Trump invokes all of that, there's no way that you can intervene in it with counterfacts. But the narrative is important, and the narrative of a genocide against whites, I think, has two functions. The one is that it gives white supremacism globally a victim that they needed. Because no supremacist ideology that wants to retake their place in the world can do so by showing that we own most of the economies, we dominate the stock exchanges, we do this, we do that. They need to find a victim to point to and say, that's why we must never relinquish control again in the world. So the second one is to create a false moral equivalence. Because South Africa took Israel to the ICJ on the charge of genocide against Palestinians, what better false moral equivalent to say, but South Africa is creating a genocide against whites. South Africa takes Israel to the ICJ for land occupation. What better moral false equivalence than to say, but you are taking the land of white farmers. So those are the two functions. The one is the victimhood, the other one is the false moral equivalence. And as I joked with US media, I said, on Donald Trump's definition of a genocide, he should be subpoenaed to the ICJ to be the star witness for the case against Israel, because his entry level for a genocide is so low that 70,000 Palestinian deaths will clinch it for South Africa in the ICJ.
That's a risky joke to be playing as ambassador in the US.
No, I wasn't ambassador then. I now speak with a better freedom.
Of course. So that's why I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying that narrative, the white farmer genocide claims, is essentially linked to what's going on in Gaza and with the Israelis.
Look, there is no doubt that is the fundamental target. If you look at, for example, the executive order that cancelled all South Africa's aid and development assistance. Reason one, a white genocide and land confiscation in South Africa. Reason two, South Africa taking Israel to the ICJ for genocide and land confiscation, a close US ally. So from time to time, there will be tactical differences between the White House and the Knesset in Israel. Tactical difference. Is this the time to do the what's his name, the ceasefire? Is this the time for you to be attacking there and taking that, and so forth? But there are not strategic and values-based differences between the White House and Israel. That fundamentally remains, and that's the fundamental impudence that South Africa is being punished for, that it took Israel to the ICJ.
I'll ask you a bit more about that in just a second, but on that issue of the aid being cut off to South Africa, in reality, how much do you think it will hurt the country? And what options does South Africa have? Can other players outside in the international field step in and perhaps fulfill a bit more of that role? And could South Africa be more self-dependent?
I think South Africa, for example, on the PEPFAR, HIV funding, South Africa was already buying all its medicines, all its antiretrovirals from its own money. That's how much South Africa has stepped up over the years leading up to this moment. I think that where we are now being hurt is in the capacity to dispense the ARVs, because that's where the 20,000 health workers, the 200 NGOs and clinics come in. It's not that we have an absence of medicine, we have an interruption in the deployment of the antiretrovirals. On the other hand, we have a situation in which all the just energy transition funding has been stopped from the USA, and in that regard, for example, Europe sees South Africa's sacrifice, sitting on a mountain of coal but choosing renewable energy, sees that as a very critical sacrifice to be making that lets Europe a little bit off the hook for cleaning up their act and therefore steps in to help South Africa with just energy transition funds. I've been to a conference in Istanbul where the Muslim philanthropy world and investment world gathered, and the rallying cry was there: if you want to support Palestine, support South Africa, because South Africa is being punished for supporting Palestine. So I think there's a consciousness. I don't think that there is a scale of alternatives that can make up for what South Africa has lost.
There is also a view among some analysts that the ability of people like Donald Trump to be able to push a populist agenda to this degree has helped fuel those populist agendas across Europe, for example, that perhaps even it might hit this country too to some degree, as we're seeing, cracks in the system here.
I think that it has hit South Africa. I think you've never seen a kind of rearming of a racial instinct amongst our white South Africans. They're walking with a spring in their step again. They've got a president in the White House that hears them and sees them. So I think that that sense is taking root here. I think it has emboldened Farage and Reform in the UK. Certainly the AFD, Vance himself came to campaign to them a week before the election. They've become the second biggest party. So I think that those things are there, stepping into the breach. Why is Marine Le Pen jailed in France, etc.? But I also think that there is a counter movement. And that counter movement says that Carney in Canada, who was 30 points behind in the polls, when he stiffened his back against Donald Trump, he became Prime Minister. The same with the Labour Party in Australia. And so we can go on that there is a very interesting upwhelming on both sides of the equation.
I'm going to make it a little more personal here. Your family was forcefully evicted from land that was declared whites only. You lost that, and you've seen what can happen. Do you feel a need for justice for the past, personally?
My father did not apply to the Land Commission for the return of the house we lost in District 6, Cape Town, because he felt that freedom was enough revenge. For him now to be able to tell white people where to get off was enough of a revenge, rather than wanting that house. My uncle, on the other hand, has applied, and they've been paid out for the house they've lost. So there are different ways in which these things are working, but none of them would be working with a rage. People have queued up, gone through the process, asked for restitution and all of those kind of things, filled out all the forms. So in a sense, their rage has been bureaucratized, and later, after years, their patience rewarded. And so that's not an easy gene, a gene of rage to find in South Africa.
In fact, it's I think, coming from the outside, it's something that people perhaps outside don't always recognize, that's why it's called the Rainbow Nation. This ability to bring together people from different backgrounds and approach problems with different angles, perhaps. But you yourself, you've interesting situation. You're a Muslim from a family of mixed English, Javanese, Dutch, and Indian heritage. That gives you something of an advantage in terms of understanding what diversity is, I think, doesn't it?
No, I think that we've lived with a grandmother who was denounced by her white Dutch family, and who, until her dying day, refused to take a white pension, because she said she found a home in the black community and took a black pension under apartheid. So that's what we've grown up with. I've grown up with family on the building trade who have been under the thumb of their supervisors and owners. My mother, who broke her back in the clothing factories. So in a sense, I think we've grown up with this sense of diversity. And then on top of that, we've been taught by Nelson Mandela that it is, to paraphrase Martin Luther King, it is not the color of their skin, it's the content of their character. To look for the character in the white. That's why we could equally move, because we knew a Joe Slovo. We didn't hate a P.W. Botha, because we didn't hate whites, because we had enough white people in the struggle with us to immunize us against a counter-racism. And that's where this kind of idea of rainbowism. But when one color of that rainbow commits treachery by running to the White House, spreading a false narrative, and succeeding in punishing the very patient colors of that rainbow with more death and destruction, then I think rainbowism is in danger.
Well, in part two, Ambassador Ebrahim Rasool talks about why he thinks South Africa has become a moral superpower for its stand against Israel at the ICJ.
That stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind.
He reveals what President Nelson Mandela told him on Islamophobia and also why Donald Trump might be driven by vanity to come to the G20 meeting in South Africa. Finally, why Ambassador Rasool believes his expulsion from the USA as ambassador is a badge of honor.
I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values. And so I think that for me, it's absolutely a badge of honor.
Join us for that. I'm Riz Khan. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of The Real Deal Plus. We're having this episode because we spoke to the CEO of the specialized medical company, the SMC, in our last edition. He was telling us about how excited he was about the upcoming IPO. Well, that IPO was 64.7 times oversubscribed with an offering price of 25 Saudi riyals per share. Well, Hani Sharani is the CFO of the specialized medical company. Here's what he told us.
We're extremely pleased to share that SMC Healthcare's IPO has received an exceptional response. We've successfully priced the offering at the top range of 25 Saudi riyals per share, with institutional orders exceeding 122 billion Saudi riyals. representing an estimated $32.4 billion US dollars, resulting in a 64.7 times overprescription. And that's really a clear vote of confidence in our performance, leadership, and future potential. It also reinforces the strength of Saudi healthcare sector and the market's appetite for high-quality, growth-oriented companies. This level of investor interest didn't come by chance. It's the result of years of disciplined growth and focused strategy. From our humble beginnings as a single-day surgery center, we've become one of Riyadh's leading private healthcare providers, now operating 2 major hospitals with close to 600 beds and over 260 clinics. Behind this growth is a deliberate pivot towards high-performing acute specialties, a strong outpatient expansion strategy in line with the global trends, and our commitment to digital integration and clinical excellence. As of Q1 2025, our revenues reached $368.9 million, up year on year, despite a seasonal dip caused by the Ramadan and Eid holidays. Our outpatient volumes have grown 13% year to date and are supported by the newly opened clinics coming online as part of our larger expansion plan. While following the successful institutional tranche, our focus shifts to engaging with retail investors. We're confident that the momentum will continue, especially as the public recognizes the underlying fundamentals of SMC and the strength of our equity story. Post-listing, we will remain laser-focused on executing our next phase of growth, which first of all includes the more than doubling of our bed and clinic capacity by 2029, including the 3 new state-of-the-art hospitals in northern Riyadh. Secondly, we'll continue to invest in digital transformation, including AI-driven diagnostics and improved patient journey, solutions, and experiences. And third, we'll expand our centers of excellence and high-demand specialties, such as the cardiology, oncology, orthopedics, while building a future-ready workforce. We're entering this next chapter with confidence, backed by strong institutional support, a clear roadmap, and an unwavering commitment to delivering long-term value to our shareholders and a high-quality care to our patients.
Okay, that was the CFO of the specialized medical company speaking to us there. Let's cross to Ali Reza, the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us now. Ali, let me just ask you quickly for your thoughts on that IPO.
Tom, yet another in a long line of very successful IPOs that we've seen over the last 12 to 24 months. I mean, recently we actually spoke about Modern Mills, NBC. There's the talks around the Flynas IPO. Many of the IPOs that have taken place in the last 12 months have been oversubscribed from 20x up to 150x at the retail level, and similarly at the institutional level. The SMC IPO, I think, is, as I said, yet another example of this. And if any of the recent IPOs in the same sector have been an indication, I think it will be a very successful one. Earlier this year, we saw the Al Faqih Group have their IPO, and the Habib Medical Group went through a similar sort of story. In Saudi Arabia, there's a large pipeline of businesses and enterprises that have the potential to participate in capital markets, that have plenty of room for value creation, that have a lot of potential to ride the growth prospects that are being driven by Vision 2030. So it's only raising the impact of participating in capital markets. And I think SMC is going to be yet another example of this.
Okay, and so what's being done in order to increase the number of potential IPOs there in Saudi Arabia?
Well, there's ecosystem-wide efforts to ease the regulatory requirements for foreign investors to expand the message for Saudi capital markets and the financial ecosystem across the world. One of the main pillars of the Capital Market Authority's strategy is to give the Saudi capital markets a better set of awareness across the globe, right? And this is being supported by regulatory easing. This is being supported by promotion of the various components within the market system. The chief strategy officer of Tadawul, Lee Hodgkinson, actually in a recent interview, he was sharing that the objective, the strategy is to institutionalize, operationalize, and digitally transform, provide access to investors across the globe. Just a few short years ago, the number of qualified investors stood around 8 to 9%. This is just a few short years ago. The number of qualified investors of the total base now is sitting at 25%. And this is a reflection of the appetite from the global markets. Goldman Sachs recently signed a non-binding MOU with the PIF to build an asset management division with a focus on credit and public equities opportunities in region. Now, this is saying something. So, this is one of not only one of many institutions, financial institutions that set up their regional headquarters in region, but also has a very concentrated effort to invest further in the public markets. And I think the regulatory easing, the investment profile, the profile of the capital markets in region, the growing profile across the globe, all of this is coming together to see a huge boost in the asset management industry, and that will have a direct implication on the IPO space. Tadawul right now is estimated to have around 50 IPOs in the pipeline, and some of the recent successes we've spoken about, SMC being one of them that's filling right now. We spoke about some of the others earlier on, but there's an enormous pipeline of quality enterprises, headline names with ample room for value creation that are sitting on the books right now, waiting to hit the markets.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Really appreciate it. Ali Reza, strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thanks for your analysis.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makaurau, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, Fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, Southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own-brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks. It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bangkok. It's the city of angels and the Venice of the East. Bangkok is one of the most visited cities in Southeast Asia. Thailand's capital city brings hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world each year. The largest and most developed city in Thailand, Bangkok offers tourists a mix of modern and upscale sights and sounds while maintaining its old charm from its historical architecture and traditions that date back to hundreds of years. One of the most famous is Wat Arun, located on the west bank of Chao Phraya River opposite the Grand Palace. This is a must-see site in Bangkok, as the architectural design is completely unique to that of other temples in Thailand's capital. You can even climb its steep 70-meter high spire, which boasts the best views of Bangkok's skyline. While it is also known as the Temple of Dawn, Wat Arun is best at night when lit up, as it gives off a golden beam of light over the Chao Phraya River. The Grand Palace is the capital's most glorified and world-renowned structure. It was once the home of the Thai king, the royal court, and the administrative seat of government, and was built back in 1782. Marvel at its ancient designs, from the diverse array of Buddhist sculptures and temples that flow through the vicinity. Most popular is the Wat Phra Kaew, or the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Bangkok is also well known for its busy market scene. Anchored on either side of the river are boats stocked with fresh tropical fruits and veggies, coconut juice, and local food being cooked on open grills. Also popular are the floating markets Damnon Sadwak, Ampawa, and Klong Lat Mayom. Likewise, Bangkok's mall scene is alive and kicking, with enough shops stretching from Siam along Sukhumvit Road to last a lifetime. Also within Bangkok's cosmopolitan urban jungle are the expert tailors that can be seen on almost every street. You can get a tailor-made suit together for just about a week or two at a very reasonable price. Despite the city's known busyness, Bangkok also offers experiences for rest and recluse. Massage parlors can be found all over Bangkok, offering a Thai oil massage, head, neck and back massage, foot massage, and many more. One can also opt for a nature respite from the sprawling concrete jungle nearby within the city. It is known for its lush tropical trees, lakes, and raised embankments that pass unique houses on stilts built along the Chao Phraya River's edge. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. More arrests and a curfew in downtown LA as anti-immigration protests continue with the Marines on standby. Elon Musk says he regrets some of the posts regarding President Donald Trump, adding they went too far. And the US and China agreed to de-escalate trade tensions as plans are taken to Trump and Xi for their approval. Mass arrests continue today as anti-immigration raids hit LA for a fifth day running. An overnight curfew is now in place in the downtown area. President Trump's feud intensified after he sent troops in, vowing to liberate the city. California Governor Gavin Newsom calls it an assault on democracy.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. Horrible what's happened so quickly. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent, Tony Waterman, who gave me the latest on the situation there.
We are expecting that there will be more protests today. And just to clarify, that 197 arrests, that was before the curfew had been put in place, because there was a number of clashes that took place between demonstrators and police right outside this detention facility right here behind me during the day. And once that curfew was put in place at 8 p.m. local time, more arrests were made. Police saying mass arrests once that curfew came into effect. But this morning, things are very quiet here. There are no demonstrators down here. And really, it's just a bunch of journalists that are outside this detention center at the moment. That curfew, according to the mayor, was supposed to stop vandalism and looting, which we had seen in the previous nights. And according to her, it seems to have worked. She told MSNBC this morning that there was no vandalism or looting overnight, and that the majority of those arrests were for unlawful assembly because people had broken that curfew, not because of any sort of violence. The protests and the demonstrations and those clashes that you have seen with police have really been concentrated in a very small area. Just to put this into context, the curfew is a 2.5 square kilometer area. The city of Los Angeles is over 800 square kilometers. So we're talking about a very small slice of LA for these protests. And this is why the authorities here are saying that local law enforcement have this situation under control and that this military buildup in the city is unnecessary.
Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Eli, let's start with you. There we are. We just heard from correspondent Tony Waterman. Are we likely to see things die down now that the curfews have been put into place?
Not really. I don't think so. Things are spreading, as we heard and saw. More than 12 cities now are seeing demonstrations for the same issue, which is, the removal of illegal immigrants, or as Trump calls it, as such. It could be more under control. It could be more peaceful after the experience of Los Angeles and after what things happen. But both sides are escalating politically, escalating their rhetorics. And I think some groups in the United States are seeing in these demonstrations a good political positioning, so they are supporting them, not only by speeches, but maybe also by organization, by funding, etc. So I think things will continue to escalate. This is a key point that they hold against President Trump, and they're using it as such.
And Gemma, the National Guard troops don't actually have the power to make arrests, but we have seen them assisting ICE with their enforcement operations, haven't we?
Yes, so there's now 4,000 National Guards troops, as well as, I think, around 700 Marines. Now, the National Guard, they don't have the authority to arrest anyone, but they can detain temporarily. And obviously, they're there to protect the agents. But arrests would still come down to law enforcement. Now, this is an expansion, the detaining, and they're also helping with transportation. Now, this is an expansion of their duties. Originally, they were sent there to protect federal buildings and federal workers. And interestingly, the state of California requested a temporary restraining order to prevent the Marines and the National Guard from being able to do anything other than that. So only guard federal workers, only guard federal buildings. But that was declined by the judge. And so we have seen this expansion where they are helping with transportation and they are allowed to temporarily detain people as well.
It is, I think, a big battle between the government level and the federal level. And we've seen that. And we've seen Trump stand on the opposite side when it was Biden threatening Texas to send the guards to stop them from closing the border, in that sense, when the government of Texas said, I will send my troops to close down the border by force. Trump took the opposite decision and supported the Texas governor in that sense. And now he's using the Insurrection Act and the fact that the demonstrators attacked the ICE building in LA as the legal excuse to send in the troops. Yet, this always should happen in coordination with the governor, which did not happen in that case. And definitely on the broader picture of things, we need to remind ourselves that many of the migrants in the USA did vote for Trump more than other Republican candidates in the history. He got actually 47% of the migrant votes, which, according to him and his spokesperson, of course, is a huge mandate to implement the policy that he's implementing. Yet we saw that implementation with significant mistakes, with issues in the process, with people mistakenly deported to other countries while they were American citizens. And these really are what clashed, what made the whole opposition explode in that sense.
And like you did say, we heard from Caroline Levitt a little bit early on this evening, really repeating what you've just said. She said that Trump received a clear mandate from voters to reverse the illegal invasion of migrants ushered in by Joe Biden. So they're making it very clear that there was this mandate, and Donald Trump is not going to stop now. You know, this is what he said he's going to do and why he's in power. And another thing, Caroline Levitt also said Karen Bass, who's the mayor, and Gavin Newsom are fanning the flames. So they are directly saying, look, Donald Trump, he's sent in the National Guards, he's protected LA from these protesters and the citizens. But, you know, this argument, this federal state Newsom-Trump kind of debate is just not going away, is it?
It's not, and we saw earlier that it was escalated. Trump at Fort Bragg, he referred to Gavin Newsom as Gavin Newscum. He called Karen Bass and Newsom, nearly got me saying it there. He called them incompetent and calling Los Angeles a trash heap. And again, the military is supposed to be non-partisan, neutral, and so it's quite unprecedented to have a president stand in front of troops and talk this way. I think what's interesting for me is I feel that Trump has wanted to send the National Guard for a long time. I think I'm seeing it, or it's been called an authoritarian flex of what he's done. So back in October, he told Fox News, and he was talking about, obviously, the US. We have some very bad people, radical left lunatics. I think it should be very easily handled by, if necessarily, the National Guard. So this was last October, so I do feel for quite a long time he's
during the campaign, no? Yeah. Everything is allowed during the campaign.
Yeah. But I think he's wanted to make sort of that big, do that big action for quite a long time. It's been in his pocket, and now he's played his cards.
It was practically a big clashback against him during the campaign, that he said he will use the army against the people, and the Democrats used that extensively. Yet he got elected. We have to remember that, in spite of all these speeches or insinuations, if we may call it. But we also need to remember that California has been losing people. The number of people living in California has been decreasing, and they've lost 2 seats in the House of Representatives because people don't like living in California anymore because of all these, according to Trump's theory, invasion of illegal migrants and so on, but also different laws and different things that have been passed that allow not very suitable way of life, and small crimes are not prosecuted and so on. So there's been a trend in California that represents the radical Democrats' policies, and this is what Trump is fighting, knowing also that Gavin Newsom might be the Democrat candidate opposing him in the upcoming election.
And he hasn't minced his words about Gavin Newsom, but he's also come out quite strong, Gavin Newsom. You know, he did an interview last night on one of the big networks in America. But I just wonder, we've seen this flex of authority come in by Donald Trump, getting the National Guard in, the Marines on standby. And in many senses, we say, OK, these protests could continue. But Tony Waterman, our correspondent there, said actually downtown LA today is very quiet. There doesn't seem to be much going on again. So has this actually worked, if we look at it in that context? And could we just see the protests going forward being more peaceful?
it is not reinventing the wheel. Everybody knows, every police force have training specifically for such cases, including a curfew, how to implement it, how to divide a violent demonstration, and how to protect and assist a civilian, peaceful demonstration that is not attacking anything. So I think there's nothing to rediscover. The only problem was the LAPD was late to react to some violence that was happening, some vandalism that was happening, attacks on public and private properties, in that sense, Molotov cocktails being thrown, etc. So it is that delay that allowed Trump to jump in addition to the attack, as we said, on the ICE building in that sense. There's nothing that cannot be controlled. If the demonstrations continue to be peaceful in different cities, I think they can cause a significant trouble for Trump and his policies and a significant political pressure. But if they play the violence game, it will be his upper hand using his authorities and actually cracking down on them with actual popular support for these actions.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Gemma and Dr. Ellie. Stay right there as we look at another story. Billionaire Elon Musk says he regrets some of the posts he made about US President Donald Trump during their war of words on social media. Taking to his own platform X, he said they went too far. The two were embroiled in a public fallout after the Tesla owner called Trump's tax bill a disgusting abomination. Earlier, I spoke to John Cavalic, senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. I asked him if President Trump would forgive and forget.
Elon Musk is certainly not, out of the proverbial woodshed. He's probably, peeking out the door, but he's still in there. And this is really an issue of his ego. When you're around people that are powerful, and in this case, you're around the President of the United States, you're at the White House, you're on Air Force One, you're on Marine One, you're sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom, you're in the Oval Office, you have an office in the old Executive Office building, you're in the presidential motorcade in the Beast. When all that's going on, the people around the principal start absorbing it. And they almost feel as though now it's part of them. And with Elon Musk, I think that's sort of what happened, where the world's richest guy on paper started to believe that he had those powers of persuasion and just power. And he didn't. The president of the United States is different. And I think Elon Musk is learning a painful lesson that you take on a president who is outside all of the norms in terms of attacking back, and he'll hit your business and your business will suffer. And it doesn't matter whether you own Twitter, he owns the White House.
Gemma, just before we get into it, that clip of Elon Musk's son picking his nose in the White House is probably the best thing I've ever seen in years, and apparently wipes it all over the table and had to be sent off for sanitization. But hey, bring your kids to work day. It's brilliant.
Trump was visibly horrified as well, you could see.
But, I mean,
yes.
That's how it goes. But let's talk about the makeup after the breakup. So a reconciliation between these two, or is the relationship, do you think, over for good? Or will they have a second time round? You know how these things go.
Another honeymoon?
Yeah.
I think if there weren't such real-world implications for the world's most powerful man and the world's richest man having a fallout, that I personally would find it very entertaining that, they're doing their public version of the burn book from Mean Girls, but on a very bigger, more expensive scale. I think the clip we just watched, it was spot on here. We have power meeting money. And money is going to blink first, because I do think Elon Musk started to think that he was almost second in command, because we haven't heard from J.D. Vance at all, and so and Elon Musk was kind of Trump's partner in crime for quite a long time. Yeah. But Musk might be the richest man in the world, but so much of his money is tied up in the federal government with their contracts, whether that's from the Department of Defense, that's Starlink, that's NASA. He's so entrenched there that, as Trump has said on Truth Social, he said the easiest way to save money in our budget is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. He just fired that out on Truth Social, and Tesla stock dropped by 14%. So, do I think that there's a reconciliation? Yes, I do. They live in a very small bubble. World leaders and billionaires, I mean, that's a tiny, tiny amount of people in the world. They're so intertwined now, I think, with business and relationships. So, yes, but they're going to be that annoying couple at school who make up and break up and make up and break up and they pull everyone into their drama. But this is drama on a global scale because we all get
with global, global repercussions.
Yes.
And it was also a very modern breakup on social media, a very public, modern breakup. Nothing like it, is it?
I can't say much because I just learned what's a burn book anyway. So,
Dr. Ellie now,
Dr. Ellie, he's now part of the Mean Girls. You're now part of the group, Dr. Ellie. That's it. We're going to have to take you to watch Mean Girls. But so, you know, like Gemma just said, and we just discussed, gosh, Elon Musk is the world's richest man. We don't always know how much cash it is. It's a lot of shares tied up in the big companies that he does have. But, you know, we've got to think about the money he gave to the Republican campaign. It was vast, $290 million. This is something that can't be sniffed at. And a lot of people say because of Musk, Trump is in power because of the X platforms, the changes in algorithms, the volume of money. So do we think that now, you know, Elon Musk is thinking, why did I get involved in politics? What happened?
Well, we have to look back at why he did it and why he said he did it. The main reason for him was his personal problem with his son and then the war he declared on wokeness. So for Elon Musk, who's historically a Democrat, to shift this way and to support Trump in his campaign that radically with putting his money where his mouth is, as we say, and actually spending the money is actually an ideological, ethical choice for Elon Musk that I don't think will allow him to neither regret nor move away towards the Democrats again. For him, Democrats are today the biggest threat and the biggest evil in the US. He will continue to fight them. I don't think he regrets that he helped get Trump into the White Office, but he might be more, more reserved in how he spends his money. I think we have a significant issue with all the money he has pledged for Republican candidates in the upcoming midterm elections. And if he doesn't actually give them this money, this might affect their campaigns and maybe risk their seats. And when we speak about the Senate, it's only a couple of seats. 3 seats would make the whole difference. If that money does not come, it might actually influence the majority in the Senate in some way or the other.
Yeah, so absolutely both of them kind of need each other at this stage, don't they? They can't just have this full, complete unstitching of the network that they've put into place.
Can I also say, I think they both enjoy it. I do think they enjoy this back and forth, this tit for tat, this who can get, one up on each other on social media. I do get the feeling that they both come away like, that was quite fun. Almost like a gladiatorial battle on social media.
The battle of the...
I do get the idea that they're just quite enjoying it.
I think they're just too unpredictable and too spontaneous, both of them. And they just lashed out, and then they realized they did something not the best thing to be done and not the best thing to be said.
It's the morning after the night before effect.
Tweeting without thinking.
Yeah, they've gone the morning after the night before. But I was just thinking about something, and I always believe this in my own life, is if I have an argument with somebody or something's gone really wrong, the person who apologizes first, I always think is the bigger person. So I'm just thinking, did Elon Musk, swallow the bitter pill and he is the bigger person, or do you think it's just all about what they can get off each other?
Is it because he's a bigger person or because he had to, as you were saying?
I do not see any genuine contrition here.
But do you not think they were real friends?
No, I'm not sure at that level of power and money. I think You did express earlier that you think they're both quite lonely characters.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what friendship looks like at that level, like, honestly. I don't think you can get to be the world's richest man. You would have discarded friends along the way. You would have lost friends. I don't think you get to be president by sort of having... I just really don't think so. So I don't think it was contrition. I think it was... because he's deleted quite a few of his posts now.
Yeah. Because he never actually said which ones he regretted. He just said some.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it was... Perhaps people around him might have said, we need to step back from this. There was an economic realisation. There was, you know, realising the levers of power are with Trump, ultimately. Yeah. But do I think he was being the bigger person? No, I think it was purely business.
I don't think, again, I don't think friendship counts in at this level and in this, especially with both people's characters. I mean, both of them, I don't think they have friends. Yeah. One because he's too proud to have friends, and one because he's too socially awkward to have friends in that sense.
I think he'd see having friends as a weakness.
True.
That's how I would see it. Yeah.
I would be your friend. Elon and Trump, if you ever need a friend. But yeah, that's it. Let's see if this bromance, you know, gets back together. And we've got part one of the makeup now, which is also quite exciting to see unfold on social media. But let's move on. The US and China have agreed to a deal. That's according to US President Donald Trump. But he also said in his post on Truth Social that Chinese President Xi Jinping had yet to actually agree to it. Chinese and US trade negotiators held talks for 2 days to try to build on the tariff truce brokered in Geneva last month. Trump said that Beijing would loosen curbs on rare earth minerals, which had been a vital sticking point for the US. Camille Nedilek in Hong Kong sent us this report.
Striking a triumphant tone, US President Donald Trump declared that the deal is done. Posting on his social media platform Truth Social, Trump said that Beijing had agreed to relax curbs on rare earth minerals. Now, that was a crucial issue for US negotiators, as the US needs those resources for everything from mobile phone manufacturing to computer manufacturing to electric vehicles, and American manufacturers had been feeling the pinch. Another issue now supposedly resolved is that of Chinese students studying in the US. Now, a couple of weeks ago, Washington had said that Chinese students could have their visas revoked if they had links to the Chinese Communist Party or if they were engaging in critical research. And that was very concerning for the more than 250,000 students that thought they could be impacted by this. That measure is no longer going ahead. Trump went on to say that he has an excellent relationship with China, quite the contrast to during the negotiations when he said that negotiating with Beijing is difficult. Now, all of this is part of a temporary truce, and what happens after that 90-day trade truce expires on the 10th of August, we don't know yet, and all of the focus at the moment and all of the discussions at the moment have been about resolving and enforcing this temporary truce. Nothing about the long-term ceasefire to the trade war.
To Australia now, where the average home now costs more than $1 million Australian dollars. That's around $652,000 US dollars. Buying or renting a property down under has become more difficult for many Australians as the country grapples with a housing crisis. A lack of homes, a growing population, tax incentives for property investors and inadequate investment in social housing are being blamed for this very problem. Now, Ellie, your family lives in Sydney. Are you shocked at all by this number? Because I think that I was.
Not at all, actually. For anybody who has lived in Sydney or in Australia anywhere, this number would not come as a shock. And again, we're talking about the Australia's average, so this includes all rural areas, all small cities, villages. When you speak about Sydney or Melbourne, the average would be much higher than that. So there's, I would imagine the average in Sydney would be $1.3, $1.5 million, easy. And again, so many factors contributed to this problematic. And the worst part of it is that many of these houses that we are speaking about are in complete ruins, and you're actually buying the land. And this is what is getting more and more expensive, with cities expanding and nowhere to grow further than that. So it's so many complexities coming into play. Definitely the federal government needs to put some serious change on that issue, because it's becoming really unaffordable for young people, for young couples. We're talking about an average, if we try to calculate the $1 million at a 6% rate for the loans these days, we're talking about $6,000 of repayments on a monthly basis, while the average salary in Australia is around $90,000, which makes around $7,000 per month. So you get paid $7,000 and you need to pay for a home loan $6,000. That's simply impossible for any one-person household or one income in a household to buy a house anymore.
And Gemma, as Dr. Ellie just mentioned there, you know, really, you've lived in Aussie too, which I just found out today. I didn't know that. You have friends there. You know, what's the average salary for an Australian?
So salaries, the average salary is about 100,000 Australian dollars, which is just around 65,000 US. But the median salary is around 90,000 Australian, which is around 58,500 US. So, as you say, getting a mortgage or paying rent on that kind of salary is really difficult. And I lived in Sydney, and Sydney especially is, you know, so many people want to go there. Land is at a premium. You have the super wealthy people there in these incredible houses, but everyone else is moving further out and further out and further out. And what was interesting to me is that Michael Fotheringham, he's the head of the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute. So he's come out and said, this isn't just an affordability problem for lower income households, this is very much a problem for medium income households as well. So to be honest, I sort of took this to say that it's not just a poor person's problem anymore.
We're putting the spotlight on it.
Yes, that it's now, because it's now affecting the middle classes and perhaps even the upper middle class, that suddenly it's making headlines. So it's good that it's making headlines, but also it's a shame that it's come to this point to have to kind of get the attention it deserves.
And I was just thinking myself, you know, I was having a look at the average house price in the UK. So that's not just London, it's obviously all the other cities and rural areas. It's £271,500 thereabout pounds, and in London £564,000. So actually, in comparison, I'm surprised that London is almost significantly cheaper than Australia. And just speaking from my own experience, to get onto the housing ladder in the UK is difficult.
Yeah.
So how in Australia are they going to, you know, try to sort this problem out and try to get people a step up? Are they going to start building more apartments? Is it a change in, you know, where's the answer?
You have to keep in mind that most of Australian cities have been so far houses with a small garden. So it is this kind of cities, and only in downtowns where you have the business areas with high rises. This has been pushed to change because, again, the expansion has become too much. So rezoning of things and building more high-rises and changing the mentality of people who still refuse or don't like to move into flats or apartments, this is a big part of it. Major infrastructure projects need to be done. Sydney is only now starting with the metro project. So far, we've had trains with a lot of delays, a lot of, again, different challenges with the workers, with the labor laws, and so on. So definitely major infrastructure projects. They definitely building more high-rises rather than expanding further due to problems of infrastructure and everything, but also a change of mentality of how the people see their lives in Australia. I don't know how many Australians would like to see that happen, or will they try to move out of the big cities into something that is more suitable for them? But then again, will they find the work they need in these areas, while 90% of the population of Australia is focused in that small strip of land on the southeast.
But Gemma, you were just saying that backstage before, that when you lived there, you found just things like your groceries and clothing phenomenally expensive.
Grocery shopping was insane to me. And I wasn't buying super expensive things.
And that was when, Gemma?
This was 25
It was
years
yesterday,
ago.
Dr.
Yes,
Ellie.
it was.
Yesterday.
No, but imagine how would the prices are
exactly,
today.
Yeah, so this
is
was
what
in
I'm saying.
2000 when I lived there. And obviously that was the Olympics as well. So there was like the prices would have gone up as well for that. But grocery shopping was very expensive. Clothes shopping was very expensive. Rents, surprisingly, you know, not so that you would be shocked by them. You know, we're all working, paying our rents, but yeah, things like your groceries and also flying home. To get the money together to fly, say you want to fly back to the UK or fly back to Europe, say you want to visit friends and family, people are saving for like 2 years just to get the flight to travel. So that's another big expense if you want to factor in, you know, leaving the country, which we take for granted especially in the Middle East, because we've got so many countries on our doorstep we can go to. In Europe, if you live in the UK, you can jet over to Europe for the weekend. But in Australia, everything is such a long haul, and you're having to save up for a long time for it.
Bali's not too far away.
Bali's not too far away, you're right.
But thank you so much for that conversation and all your insights, because, of course, Dr. Ellie, your family are in Sydney, and I've never been to Australia, so
Come on,
thank
you have an open invitation.
Oh.
When the prices are a little cheaper, when we can afford your flight.
I'll go.
Always welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. And finally, Gemma and Dr. Ellie, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Gemma, you know what? We're going to start with yours because it's about short man syndrome being a real thing. And I find this so interesting. What do we know?
So I feel like I'm the short man correspondent.
Yes, you
When
are.
I was here last week, I was talking about Tinder introducing a height filter, and we were discussing that. So there's been a study done in Australia of 300 participants, and short man syndrome has long been a thing in sort of the cultural vernacular. It's that shorter men have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, meaning that they're just a bit annoyed that they're not, you know, 6 foot, and so they try a bit harder, they could be like a bit more aggressive. And this study has found that they're more likely to display envy, jealousy and competitiveness than taller men. It's also called Napoleon complex. Napoleon wasn't even that short. He was about 5'7".
But he was considered like very short back then.
Yeah, for the time, he was average.
Yes,
actually.
yes, that's true.
Yes, you know, short men have been given short shrift, you know, with regards to how they're seen in society. But this study seems to show that some of it, there is truth to it.
So I asked Dr. Ellie because Ellie is tall and has presence. You know, because
I'm glad we've put the bar at 6 feet.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
So I always think to myself, I come from a tall family, so I always think anything under 6 foot is short. But Dr. Ellie feels the same way as me. But how do short men react to you?
Well, I think there's always, not to me specifically.
Because you're a tall man.
No, but I do believe there's some kind of insecurity in that sense. And we also have a Lebanese proverb that says every short man is a troublemaker. So somehow it's like the popular culture, but now it's proven with scientific
science.
Also, so
can't argue.
But again, personally, I didn't face any trouble in that sense. I'm not extremely tall. But no, I don't think the people would react only to your height, but also to your character and how you approach them and so on. So definitely to be accounted for, but not the main factor, I think, in relationship. And maybe also in relationship between a male and a female, also this comes into play in a different perspective.
But you know what? I always think that, gosh, donkeys years ago when I was chatted up in a bar and a short man spoke to me. I mean, I've forgotten what those days were like. They always were funnier. They always had like a good opening line.
They have to compensate.
Because they have to try. And, you know, the tall guys, they were just like all suave, like, hey. And the short guys used to be like, did you fall from heaven? You know, they had something going on.
I'd be more interested in someone who made the effort in that way, 100%, rather than waiting for me to come over. You know, it's that meme, isn't it? Is he hot or is he just tall?
Oh, yeah.
And I do think it's often that they're just tall. But no, I appreciate if a short man's got to come over with some lines, of course.
Oh, no. I must admit, I absolutely love it, but it just made me think about that. And, Ellie, this is interesting because we're going to go into your story now, and it's about a new advert for a Twix chocolate bar.
Yes, indeed.
Which has actually been banned. Crazy.
It has been banned in the UK, and the reason for the ban is that it was seen to promote some bad behavior, especially with regards to driving. I think we've all seen that ad on the social media ads.
On TV right now,
we can see it now. But the funny thing that I found is that it is not the flip that we will see in a bit that caused the trouble for the ad. It was these scenes of speeding, of the handbrake, of the marks, skid marks on the road, and these were what was considered by the agency of condoning unsafe driving and influencing young people. Now, I don't know if this is what we need to be worrying about, or if this ad is what will encourage people for speed and not all the movies, all the things that we see on a daily basis. I don't know. It was surprising for me to see that ad banned. But again, if we want to go that way, there's so many ads that could be banned for so many different reasons that are maybe more serious even than this one.
Is it a nanny state on steroids, really, Gemma?
So it was 5 people.
Another term that I learned tonight is the nanny state.
The nanny state,
yeah.
So there were 5 complaints.
Oh, my God.
That the advert encouraged dangerous driving. Now, I'm sort of going to say this is very old-fashioned Britain coming to the fore, and I don't hate it. You know, we're in a very modern world and everything moves very fast, but sometimes you're reminded that Britain can be quite reactionary. For 5 complaints, and they've reacted by pulling the ad. And I find that quite strangely charming, I won't lie to you.
Do you know what? Sometimes I do think that why are things not getting done in Britain? And a lot of people are asking those questions. And I wonder if it's because 5 people have called up and complained about chocolate advert.
To be fair, there might not be 5 people, but 5 complaints. It could be from an agency, it could be from a parents' association, it could be from something.
One person who's just really angry and complained 5 times.
Who doesn't like Twix but likes the competition. So.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely fascinating. You know, sometimes you think, wouldn't you ban an advert over the fact that it's Twix chocolate bars and they're trying to not advertise sugary sweets, but no, not at all. But that was really interesting. Thank you so much for both of those stories. And thanks to today's guests, correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GMT with Tom Burgess-Watson is coming up next. Thank you and goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson. Coming up on the programme, the death toll in Gaza is reported to have reached 55,000 people since October 2023. In just a moment, we'll be joined by a former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights on the programme, who will be discussing the humanitarian situation in the enclave. All this comes as the US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, suggests in an interview that Muslim countries should give up land to create a Palestinian state. We'll get a reaction to that from a former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority. And the UK has sanctioned 2 far-right Israeli ministers over, quote, repeated incitements of violence against Palestinian communities in the occupied West Bank. This move is part of a joint effort by Australia, Norway, Canada and New Zealand. We ask, what will this change? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest from Gaza, where health officials say that more than 55,000 people have now been killed since October 2023. Well, this new death toll comes as medical teams reported that 41 Palestinians have been killed in airstrikes and gunfire on Wednesday. This happened close to an aid site. Well, as the death toll continues to climb in Gaza, the US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has suggested that Muslim countries give up some of their land to create a future Palestinian state. This is what he told the BBC.
Muslim countries have 644 times the amount of land that are controlled by Israel. So maybe if there is such a desire for the Palestinian state, there would be someone who would say, we'd like to host it, we'd like to create it.
The US Ambassador to Israel speaking there. Well, in a sign of mounting pressure on Israel, the United Kingdom has sanctioned 2 far-right Israeli ministers over, quote, repeated incitements of violence against Palestinian communities in the occupied West Bank. Well, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich will both be banned from entering the UK and will have any assets in the country frozen as part of the measures announced by the Foreign Secretary. Well, as we were saying, this is part of a joint move with Australia, Norway, Canada and New Zealand. Let's listen now to what the British Foreign Secretary David Lammy said as he explained the rationale for the move.
These 2 individuals, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, have been inciting violence against Palestinian people for months and months and months. They have been encouraging egregious abuses of human rights. We have been raising this with the Israeli government both privately and publicly. We were raising it before we came to government, and indeed the last government raised it as an issue. And alongside our partners, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and Norway, today we are announcing sanctions against those individuals because we have been absolutely clear this has to stop, and we stand for a 2-state solution. And the settler violence that we've seen in the West Bank particularly is entirely unacceptable.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Andrew Gilmore, the former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights and the CEO of the Berghoff Foundation. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you, the Palestinian death toll from the 20-month-long Israel-Hamas war has now passed the 55,000 mark. That was announced today by the Gaza Health Ministry. When the death toll in Gaza stood at about 20,000, which I believe was in February of last year, you said that Israel's killing of thousands of women and children in Gaza was probably the highest military kill rate since the Rwandan genocide. And I'm wondering, given that you are a historian, amongst other things, whether you'd revised your point of comparison. Is there another event other than the Rwandan genocide that you would now compare the situation to?
you very much. Well, first of all, I said that in February when what the Israelis have been doing in Gaza had lasted for 3 months. And at that rate, therefore, if it was 3 months, if it was 20,000 in 3 months, that is a faster ratio than what it is now. But it's interesting, when I made that point on the BBC, I did say, I'm not 100% sure I'm right, but I believe that led to quite a big response, because any comparison to the numbers of the Rwandan genocide is, of course, it leads to fairly explosive reaction. But nobody came up with another event that could be that could equal that. Now, of course, the overall numbers of the Rwandan genocide were vastly higher than in Gaza. I mean, it was perhaps 800,000 people were killed in a few days, and of course, nothing in the Middle East has been has been at that speed. But the difference is, Rwanda took place at a time where there wasn't such modern communication. We weren't seeing the atrocities in real time. There were no mobile phones, there were no emails, there was no sort of body cams. I mean, there were all of these things. There were no drone. So we were getting reports, very, very credible ones, at the United Nations, but it wasn't as clear-cut as this. The killing here in Gaza is happening in our living rooms, effectively, day after day, and it's not stopping.
And the fact that you compared the situation in Gaza to a genocide, and here we are, more than a year after you made those comments. I mean, does that mean that you would characterize what's happening in Gaza as a genocide as well?
I mean, I'm not actually sure how useful it is to say that. What is absolutely indisputable is that Israel is committing, and has been committing since October 2023, a very, very wide range of war crimes, which are in the legal parlance known as violations of international humanitarian law. That seems to me indisputable. And in a way, it doesn't really matter to the victims whether they are the victims of a war crime or the victims of a genocide. So I don't particularly want to go into that. I mean, it looks very, very likely, and I think that it would be extremely hard for lawyers to say that it isn't genocide, but that there needs to be a proper investigation for that. As I said, it's a slightly, it's not a particularly fruitful debate. If I may make one other comparison. In 1994, I was a very junior UN official in New York, and I was the note taker in the Security Council. And day after day, I reported to the Secretary General and other senior UN staff what their delegations were saying. And it's pretty embarrassing reading, because day after day, the American, French and British ambassadors insisted that it wasn't genocide. Because, of course, had they admitted that it was genocide, they would have then have been obliged under international law to take action to stop it, which they didn't want to do. So, of course, what happened? The killing went on. The genocide was declared later. Everybody said, frightfully sorry, so terribly sorry and all that. But actually, they didn't really do much to stop it. And the great fear is that similarly the great powers, and not just those three powers and the permanent members of the Security Council, but regional powers in the Middle East too, what have they done really to stop this?
Turning our eye back to the present day, some might say the international order, the UN, have failed Palestinian civilians, 55,000 of whom are dead, many thousand of whom don't have enough to eat and have lost loved ones who are injured. How has this been allowed to happen?
It has been happening for decades. I first went to Gaza in 1983, and I've been following it very carefully ever since. Systematically, the world, and I must say, including the countries of the Middle East as well, they may occasionally say, or may often say, oh, it's terribly bad, we must do something, but what are they actually doing to put pressure on the countries that are giving full-on support? Right now, that is only one country, the United States, but until recently, the European countries were also giving support. Now the Europeans have backed off because the killing is too much even for them to accept that they can carry on supporting it. So there have now been some changes in the internal debate in European capitals. It's far too little, it's far too late, it's far too tokenistic, it's far too both sides-ish, but at least it is happening. Clearly, that is not happening with the administration of the United States. But there are countries of the Middle East, the rich oil-producing countries of the Middle East, do have influence in Washington. And are they using it? Because I can tell you the Americans don't think they're using it. The Americans do not feel under pressure from anywhere else in the world to really do something about this. When I say the Americans, I mean the US administration. And I feel that whereas it is absolutely scandalous that the European countries have been allowed to carry on saying, oh, we must, October the 7th justifies everything, which of course it doesn't justify everything. It was a terrible, terrible atrocity. And we all wish it hadn't happened. And it really was unspeakable what happened. But it does not justify what has been carried out ever since as a form of revenge for that. And the Europeans have gone on for it far too long, giving support for that. But I think many of us would love to see the countries of the Middle East, the Gulf countries in particular, using their massive financial muscle to say to the United States, this has to stop. Because they could stop it within a minute if the Americans wanted to. As Ronald Reagan did to Menachem Begin when they were bombing, the Israelis were bombing very badly Beirut in 1982. President Reagan called up Begin and it stopped.
I'd like to pick up on something you said on X yesterday. You said the savagery with which Israel is punishing Gazan civilians is unprecedented. The shooting, the bombing, the evicting, the starving. So, you said, is the cravenness of its Western backers. Who are you aiming at there?
Well, the Western backers, obviously the United States in first place, Germany in second, and other countries of the EU with some... I know Norway's not in the EU, but nevertheless, Norway has played a commendable role. So has Spain, Slovenia, and Belgium, and Ireland very much so. But generally, the other Western countries have gone along with this much too much. But X has a very limited number of letters. I would have also liked to have added, where is the Arab world in this? Other than telling on the television that it's awful and that it ought to stop.
What about the British? What about the British government? I mean, the British government has just announced that it's going to sanction 2 Israeli ministers. What do you think about that, by the way? Do you think that was a sensible move?
Yeah, I would say it's far too little, far too late. And why just those 2 ministers? As if they're the only 2 guys. I mean, I support what they're doing, the British. And by the way, if I didn't mention them, that was an oversight. I would certainly have included them in the countries that I would say have been craven. And where it is just simply, it is judged as politically impossible to take a strong line. What I support about the British in this instance is that they are worried about the West Bank. And they are right to be worried about West Bank because I think, and most of us think, that the West Bank is next in the Israeli sights. And by going for Smotrich and Ben Gvir, as the British and several other countries did yesterday, I think that is sending a signal that they're getting worried about what's in store for the West Bank. Is it going to be the same starvation, the same bombardment, the same mass expulsion that is being talked about for Gaza and which we think could be in store for the West Bank as well?
Clearly, the United States doesn't agree with what the British have done by sanctioning those 2 ministers. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio condemned it. And I'm just wondering whether you think perhaps we're looking at the beginnings of a growing rift between the US and its traditional allies with regards to the future of Gaza and the treatment of the Palestinian people.
No, I think as you're aware, there is a lot of very credible talk of a rift between the United States and its European allies on Ukraine and on many other matters, including European values and what has generally been thought to be Western values and human rights. I don't think that there's going to be a major rift on Gaza on this. Sure, that because the United States is so in bed with the most extreme elements of Israeli society that they will condemn any European attempt to sanction even the most extreme of the extreme, as Ben Gvir and Smotrich are. But I don't think this is a harbinger of something really major, because I think that the Europeans knew this was going to happen, but they're not going to like this because they're going to be worried that there will be some sort of form of blackmail put over them regarding the nuclear umbrella vis-à-vis Russia.
Do you think we are seeing, or are you detecting, a significant shift in how traditional allies of the United States and Israel view the situation in Gaza and in the Palestinian territories. I mean, we had the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, saying the situation in Gaza could no longer be justified by the fight against Hamas terrorism. I mean, do you think we have now reached some sort of a turning point?
I think to have a German Chancellor, particularly one from the party he's from, the Christian Democrats, say that is rather significant, because in Germany, it's harder to criticize Israeli policy in Germany than it is in Israel. And I really say that not lightly at all. And it has been, in the months after October 2023, well nigh impossible for any figure to even make a tiny suggestion that Israel was overreacting without getting clobbered in the media and social media for doing so. And basically no politician has really had the courage to do so. The fact that the Chancellor, one who has actually said that he would meet and has met the Israeli Prime Minister without arresting him, which it would be an astonishing thing to do because it's totally against everything to the statutes of the International Criminal Court. But for the Germans to do that, that is significant. And yes, I do see that this will be, this is a changing point. In the same ways it is, and there's an article which I read this morning by Tom Friedman in the New York Times saying that Jewish communities around the world are also changing in ways. I mean, we've seen this before, but there has never been, and so when that quote you gave me just now that I had said about it being unprecedented, it is unprecedented in that sense.
And certainly unprecedented by the British as well. I mean, Nigel Farage, who may be known to some of our viewers as the man behind Brexit and the leader of the Reform Party, one of the leaders of the Reform Party, saying Israel is running out of friends. I mean, an unexpected comment from him, perhaps. And just an extension of what you were saying about Germany. I mean, have the British ever gone this far when it's come to condemning Israel or Israeli officials?
Yes, there have been times where they've been very upset during the response of the first Intifada in the late 80s and the second Intifada in about 2002, where there was strong criticism, and similarly with the Israeli invasions of Lebanon in 1982. But this is qualitatively different. And I mean, the killings are so systematic, and it's not just like huge bombs being dropped on neighborhoods, and that has been happening as well, but people being deliberately picked off by snipers and by drones day after day. People whose only crime is that they're hungry and they're trying to get food, and they're getting killed in large numbers every single day. So as you can imagine, that does make it embarrassing for Western governments who have been allies. You mentioned Farage. Now, what is interesting is that throughout Europe, every far right-wing movement in Europe, including those that have been traditionally fairly anti-Semitic, are absolutely uniformly pro-Israel. And whether we're talking about France or in Italy, in Germany, the United Kingdom, and of course the United States, every far-right movement is a very, very strong supporter of Israel. And yes, and the fact, but even they know that if they just give blanket support for the daily killings, then they're going to lose some political influence and votes. So it's clear, it's very late. It's even later than it is on the part of the government, but it's still welcome that they are saying things like that.
Just lastly, because we're nearly out of time, as I said earlier on, today was the sad milestone after which 55,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 2023. I mean, has Israel, in your opinion, achieved anything during these last 20 months, apart from lose allies and make its own backyard arguably much more dangerous?
I think they can make the case that they have certainly gained in Lebanon by very much weakening Hezbollah. They managed to move in Syria in such a ways that upset their great enemy, the Iranians. So I would say that in certain on that area, in the north and to the east, they've made some strategic gains. I cannot see that they've made strategic gains in Gaza, as you say. I mean, it's a quotation that hasn't been widely publicized, not nearly, but the former Prime Minister of Israel, who had been in the Likud party, Ehud Olmert, said 2 weeks ago, and I just want to read this out: "What we are doing in Gaza is a war of annihilation." That's strong word, indiscriminate, unrestrained, brutal, and criminal. Yes, we are committing war crimes. If an Israeli prime minister can say that, I just don't understand. I really don't. And I've been doing this game for a very long time. I've 30 years in the UN and many other jobs as well. I still don't quite understand why Western countries can't be brave enough to go even as far as a former right-wing Israeli prime minister in criticizing what's going on.
OK, well, that's where we're going to have to wrap up. But we thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us once again. Andrew Gilmore, former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Salam Fayyad, who is the former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, who joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. I'd like to start by asking you for your response to the latest comments made by the US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who has suggested that a two-state solution is not really one of Washington's policy goals right now. And he's also floated this idea of somehow carving out a state for Palestinians using territory from existing Muslim countries. What do you make of that?
There are two parts to, first of all, thank you for having me on. There are two parts to the question. I'll begin with the latter part in reference to what the ambassador had to say about Arab Muslim countries carving out space for Palestinian state, and then move on to where Washington is on this important question. Mr. Huckabee, from all I know about him and his background, has long been in a space of delusion, maybe even lunacy, that is heavily populated by idiotic ideologues who believe that we Palestinians are an invented people. So, in a way, of course, what he had to say about this in terms of carving out a space in Arab Muslim countries for Palestinian state is ludicrous, but it's not surprising given that particular background. Only under torture can I see some evolution, maybe positive evolution in his position, because from where this crowd is, which is not recognizing us as a people and describing Palestinians as an invented people, well, it seems to me that he has moved on now to recognize that we actually need a state. Where we beg to differ with him, of course, substantially, is on where that state needs to actually be established. So obviously, this is delusional. It's not surprising given his background. The more important question is where Washington is on this issue. I noticed from media reporting that the State Department has declined comment on the ambassador's position or what he had to say. Ambassadors are known for many things, but the one thing that is constant about what ambassadors are supposed to be and do is to project the position of their own governments. So I hope that the State Department will go beyond declining comment and reaffirm a position or state a position with clarity as to where it really actually stands on the question of Palestinian statehood.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Washington has been quite vague in its response to those comments by Ambassador Huckabee. We do hear him frequently using terminology like Judea and Samaria, obviously biblical references to Palestinian territory. I'm wondering whether you think Huckabee has much of an impact on regional tensions and on regional diplomacy.
Well, you know, in a way, he actually represents a continuation of a position taken by not his immediate predecessors in that position, but specifically David Friedman, who was U.S. ambassador to Israel under Trump administration, first Trump administration. They come from a background that does not recognize us as a people. Once again, they describe us as an invented people. So they are heavily invested in one side of the narrative, insofar as the historical or British mandate Palestine, if you will, our ancestral land in our own narrative, and in the way in the Jewish narrative, in the way they describe it as land of Israel. So they have this disposition, which is based on prioritizing the Jewish narrative over the Palestinian narrative in a naked way. Most certainly, I do not know if his own position or what he has to say will have much of an impact. The question is, because this is something that has been going on for a long period of time. He's not the first one to say what he's reported to have said yesterday or the day before yesterday. This is a long-standing position on the part of a segment of extreme right-wing in various places around the world who simply do not believe that we Palestinians are entitled to a right to statehood.
Do you think this...
The other thing, if I may,
Go ahead.
I would like to say, I mean, the one obvious problem with this is in addition to it being unprincipled, totally flawed, is how is he going to deal with the fact, be expected that we Palestinians reject that and Arab and Muslim countries reject that as well. So this is something I don't know. Certainly, he'd be well advised to actually not add kerosene to the fire. There are bad issues. The situation is very difficult as it is. And I think if I were him, I would heed my own advice. He has been for long a spokesman for an advocate for good night's sleep. I think he should heed his own advice on this.
Okay, and I just want to ask you whether you think comments like his and no condemnation at any rate at this stage from Washington, does that draw into question the US's role as an honest broker in the peace process?
Look, it's very clear that what he has said is on principle wrong. It's not only wrong-headed, but it's wrong. And most certainly one would expect more from the administration than declining a comment by State Department. To the extent that the United States is to play a role in moving things forward, it is absolutely important for the United States to affirm its position on the question of Palestinian statehood. A state on the territory Israel occupied in 1967. And a good way to begin that process is by having our right, Palestinians' right, to a sovereign state on the territory Israel occupied in 1967, enshrined in UN Security Council resolution. That would be a very important step. If you do that, then I think this would bring to an end all of this jargon, all of this statements to the effect that, well, maybe if after all Palestinians are to have a state, they should look for somewhere else to have it. That's just simply not going to happen.
Let's talk about one of the other key developments in the last 24 hours, which is the decision by 5 countries, amongst them the UK, to impose sanctions on 2 Israeli ministers. How unprecedented is that?
It's, whether or not it's unprecedented, I do not know for sure. I cannot really comment on that. What I can tell you, it's long overdue. For sure, it's long overdue. These are elements of a government that has been following international law right, left, and center. And it's about time, actually, that accountability is established and exercised. For sure, statements are not enough. International conferences, paying lip service to the need for Palestinians to have a state, continuing to talk about like a 2-state solution, the abstract, without being specific on what needs to happen in order for that state to come into being. That's just not really going to help matters. And for sure, statements of this kind or positions of the kind espoused by the entire Israeli cabinet, and not only by these 2 ministers, I think it's about time for there to be accountability at the international level, for certain. So whether or not they are unprecedented, I do not know for sure, but I can tell you long overdue.
Does it look and sound to you like a turning point?
That remains to be seen, for sure. And oftentimes, it's what happens after governments take a position of the kind that you have just described. What they do afterwards is important, because oftentimes we hear statements. For example, take what has been said about the world being kind of fed up with the war continuing to go on in Gaza, war of annihilation, and the way it has been going on, prosecuted by Israel. And with that having been translated on, let's just get together and affirm commitment to 2-state solution and recognition of Palestinian state and all of that sort of thing. And now it's really has morphed into a conversation about a roadmap to recognition of statehood. Look, none of this is concrete enough. Even recognition of State of Palestine by itself, in the way that has happened so far in recent years, beginning in 2011 and 2012, although symbolically it's very important, but it's really about not much of anything. And what happens in the aftermath of making statements and staking out positions of the kind that I've just described is for there to be overcompensation. Look at what Israel is doing, in addition, of course, to what's going on in Gaza, in the West Bank, in legalization of quote-unquote illegal settlements, etc. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed concretely, and I hope that those positions actually will be adhered to and will not end up being something I just said, with countries then bending backward and forward, trying to really find a way to compensate, maybe even overcompensate. The path forward is clear. I think it's about time that there is accountability. It's about time for positions about Palestinian statehood to be translated to concrete actions and meaningful diplomatic activity. This whole thing about recognition of State of Palestine. If my count is correct, we have now 146 countries that recognize State of Palestine. The question I have, maybe more, but let's just say 146. But how much is this going? What is the difference? What is going to really happen if instead of 146 we have 148, 150? I'm not here to belittle the significance symbolically of countries recognizing the State of Palestine, but I ask, where is that? Since we have embarked on this path back in 2011, I need for someone to tell me over the past 13 years, 14 years, whether or not the reality of the Israeli occupation of the territory Israel occupied in 1967 is not more deeply entrenched today than it was then. So this is really not that serious. What is really important is to begin a political process anchored on having our right to a sovereign state on the full territory Israel occupied in 1967, enshrined in the UN Security Council resolution. If there is seriousness about this issue, I think this would be a very important first step to take in that direction.
Do you have any optimism when you look at all of the cards on the table? The fact that we've got possibly unprecedented measures being taken by traditional allies of Israel with the sanctioning of those ministers, condemnation of the fact that today we passed the 55,000 people killed in Gaza since the 7th of October. When you look at the fact that there is a new administration in Washington that has a different way of doing things, a different approach to old problems, do you have any optimism that perhaps through this tragedy there could ultimately be some sort of a solution that ends up being the creation of a Palestinian state? Do you have that sense of optimism?
Well, first things first. First, let's see the war come to an end. That's the utmost priority for the suffering and misery and the annihilation that's going on in Gaza to come to a complete halt. That's a concrete step, and it's something that needs to happen. In what's being reported, it's been suggested, various reports suggest, that basically the administration in Washington sees the war as a war to no end, and it's about time for it to stop. I saw most recently a report about this in Israeli media, about a conversation that took place between Trump and Netanyahu. To the extent it's accurate, that's important, it's significant. I hope there'll be action consistent with the need to bring the war to an end. That's first things first. I would caution against kind of really moving from there to all of a sudden suggesting that, well, the end is near in so far as our struggle for freedom is concerned. That's something that requires a most deliberate, persistent, dogged pursuit of our right to establish state on the territory Israel occupied in 1967. That's a long journey. That requires a lot of investment, first and foremost, on our part, because that's first and foremost a Palestinian responsibility, before it is an American responsibility or an international community responsibility. The international community has a moral obligation to assist in bringing this conflict to an end in a way that actually come to fruition the emergence of a sovereign Palestinian state on the territory Israel occupied in 1967. That's important, but the heavy lifting in all of this begins with us Palestinians. We must assume full agency in the act of our own liberation. That's most important, beginning with unifying our own polity. A divided house cannot stand. It won't stand. We can't really move forward. So I caution against any euphoria derived from maybe some statements made here and there about possible recognition of the state of Palestine in the way that I described, or maybe beginning to see a little bit of daylight between the position of the United States and that of Israel on the question of war and its continuing. All of that is significant, but I caution against jumping from that to all of a sudden beginning to talk about, well, let's just move on and throw a switch on that Palestinian state in order for it to come into being. That's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. There are a lot of requirements, but they begin by a serious pursuit on our part of statehood, if that is really what we want, if that is what our national project is about. The requirements for that are clear. They begin with us. We need the assistance and the support of the international community in this, but it really begins with us, and most of the responsibility toward that end actually resides with us Palestinians. That's how I see it.
Just lastly, Mr. Fayed, and then we're out of time. I want to ask you, because exactly a year ago, you wrote a piece in Foreign Affairs magazine, and you mentioned the, quote, calamitous loss of life, the untold destruction and misery the conflict has wrought. Here we are, 20 months into this conflict. As I said to you a moment ago, we've just passed the 55,000 killed in Gaza milestone. How does it make you feel that here we are a year on from when you wrote that piece and the suffering has only got worse?
Yeah, more than devastating, of course, and most certainly not enough, if much of anything, was done about moving toward bringing the war to an end sooner rather than later. I argued in that piece, if you are referring to something I wrote in October of 2023, because subsequently in June of last year, after former President Biden floated his plan for bringing the war to an end, I wrote another piece, the same spirit, essentially in terms of what needed to happen. I thought it absolutely important for the war to be brought to an end virtually immediately, shortly after it started. I saw it as a war to no end relative to the objectives stated by the government of Israel. It's a war of retribution and restoration. Insofar as restoration is concerned, by that I mean deterrence. Leaving that aside, but if it's about retribution, how much is too much? It is very clear that most of the world, including Israel, see that this war has gone way too far relative to the goal of retribution on the part of the government of Israel. So it's overdue. It's something that needs to happen. It's devastating that the war is still going on, more so, as a matter of fact, that people's need for basic essentials, apart from, of course, saving themselves from the bullets and the bombs and bombardment and all, now looking for something to eat in the process of really getting to those distribution locations for them to get killed doing it. I mean, this is really an unprecedented disaster, something that requires a serious effort to bring the war to an end. It's way overdue, and I think insofar as we are concerned, and I always maintain that we have to shoulder our own responsibility towards that end. From the very beginning, I thought it absolutely important for the Palestinian polity, the Palestinian leadership, to move in the direction of ending the political fragmentation in our landscape. And about a year ago, little less than a year ago, little less than a year ago, all Palestinian factions meeting in Beijing agreed to a platform that would have been adequate to establish unity. And once again, we can't really move forward with a divided house. We must end this fragmentation, and it can be ended. This is a good starting point, and it by far beats anything, this chasing of a mirage, going to international conference here and there, seeking a recognition or pathway to recognition of what is now and so far has been sadly nothing more than political fiction, not only delusion, but fiction. Where is that state of Palestine for which we're really seeking recognition? What we need, once again, is recognition of our right to it, on the territory Israel occupied in 1967 in its entirety, enshrined in UN Security Council resolutions. If that position is adopted, that's only when I begin to believe that there is seriousness about moving forward.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us, Salam Fayyad, the former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority. Thank you very much for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
For more, we can speak now to Ambassador Hashim Youssef, who's a former career diplomat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Egypt and a former Chief of Staff to the Secretary General of the Arab League. He joins us now from Cyprus. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ambassador. I'd like to start by asking you about the sanctions that have been imposed by 5 Western countries against 2 Israeli ministers. Do you see this as being a genuine shift in attitudes or as something purely symbolic?
Well, it is purely symbolic, but it has to be welcomed that countries are willing to take steps because there were reluctance to take steps towards Israel in a manner that would be sending a message to the rest of the world that there are some things that are unacceptable. So incitement to violence, statements that are inflammatory, that are escalatory, that may lead to instability are not acceptable. And I think that this is an important message.
Do you interpret those actions and the subsequent anger from Washington, which has been expressed by the US Secretary of State, as being perhaps a growing rift between the United States and its traditional allies over Israel's conduct in Gaza?
Well, there has been a gap between the United States and many countries around the world in relation to how to deal with the situation in Gaza, whether it's in relation to the humanitarian dimension, political dimension, or the day after, and how to deal with the situation as a whole. And this was also evident when the United States vetoed a resolution that was supported by the 14 other members of the Security Council.
There are some who are saying that the Arab world isn't doing enough to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. What are the Egyptians doing at this particular moment, and fellow Arab states, when it comes to finding a diplomatic solution to the situation and carving out a ceasefire for Gaza?
Well, I have to admit that I agree with this statement that they're not doing enough. Whether it's the Arab world, the international community, or international organizations, everybody should be doing more. And the reason why I'm saying that is that what we are seeing in relation to the destruction, in relation to the killing of people, in relation to having blockade over sending humanitarian assistance for over 70 days, and the world said nothing about it. Of course, the Arab world should have done much more, and including my country, Egypt, including the whole Arab world, including the international community as a whole. This is unacceptable. But this is what we have been witnessing month after month in this war.
And Ambassador, you mentioned your country, Egypt, which has a very difficult balancing act to do. Of course, you're neighbours to Gaza via the Sinai Peninsula. Do you think there'll come a point when Cairo's perceived restrained approach towards Israel is no longer sustainable domestically?
Well, yes, Egypt has demonstrated huge restraint, and this was clear because it was mediating, and it wanted this mediation to succeed. It wanted to be a bridge to allow humanitarian assistance in, and this was the case for as long as it was possible until Israel controlled the Philadelphia corridor and demolished the whole Rafah crossing on the Palestinian side, and Egypt had to close the Rafah on the Egyptian side. And Karem Abu Salim became the only route where humanitarian assistance can go in as far as the Egyptian border is concerned. And as we speak now, There are more than 3,000 trucks that are standing on the border but are not being allowed in by Israel. So, yes, this is the situation. Egypt has been trying, and many others have been trying. As we mentioned earlier, it's not enough, but there has been a lot of efforts to try to see how to deal with the situation, to reduce the suffering of the Palestinian people. But all the efforts that were done was not enough to achieve this objective.
And clearly, I mean, psychologically, this conflict has a huge impact on domestic sentiment, how people across the Arab world, including in your country, in Egypt, feel about it. And I'm just wondering, what impact do you think the situation in Gaza has had on Egypt's national security?
Well, it had impact on all kinds of dimensions, including the situation regarding the Suez Canal and the ships that have, had to go around the Horn of Africa because of the lack of stability and security in the Red Sea. So this resulted, according to official sources, to a loss of around $800 million per month. Yes, so Egypt suffered. And on the security-wise, of course, it has an impact as well. And public opinion in Egypt, in the Arab world, and you can see demonstrations in different places around the world expressing their dissatisfaction with how the situation is dealt with by the whole system, international system. So we are witnessing that. We have been witnessing that day in and day out. And the situation remains unchanged. And partly this is also a result of the support that is given by the United States to Israel in order to continue this war after a ceasefire was reached in January, in which this administration took credit for. So despite this happening, the war resumed without a justified reason. And, innocent Palestinians have been and continuing to pay the price for these policies.
We speak to people in Israel, people in the government, former members of the government, commentators who say, why don't Gaza's neighbors take the people in, the 2 million people who are on the brink of starvation at this point? They say that about Egypt, they say that about Jordan, because, of course, those two countries have been singled out by President Trump as perhaps being countries that could take in the people of Gaza. What do you say to that?
Well, I think Egypt has responded to this issue many, many times since the war started, because there has been calls for, mass displacement of Palestinians to Sinai throughout this period. And there was an idea by President Trump to establish a Riviera in Gaza and also ask all the Palestinians to leave Gaza in order for somebody to rebuild it, and then be selective in who they allow in again and so on, and give some parts to different countries to build them and so on. So this idea has been floating from day one since the war, that we want to shift the burden of Gaza to Egypt and shift the burden of the West Bank to Jordan, and that this would make Israel much more comfortable and dealing with this issue, rather than thinking of what is supposed to take place, which is ending occupation in accordance to international law and establishing a Palestinian state, and also in accordance to international law, in order for this situation to end once and for all. But Israel is not willing to consider any concessions to the Palestinians, because they feel that they are strong and they are supported, and nobody is able to put pressure to bear on them in order to make any meaningful concession in this regard.
But Ambassador, I mean, the pictures that we see out of Gaza are progressively upsetting to look at. You know, people we've spoken to there say that everyone, on average, has lost somewhere around 10, 15 kilos in weight. Obviously, on a child, that's extremely significant, a considerable loss of weight amongst children. Malnutrition is rife, on the brink of famine. Could there come a point when the situation in Gaza is so dire that public opinion in Egypt requires those border crossings at Rafah to be opened and allow those people a chance to survive?
Well, if the borders in Rafah open, what will happen? There is Israel that is controlling the Philadelphia corridor, and it is not allowing anybody to come close to the Philadelphia corridor. And as a matter of fact, there are all kinds of reports about the shootings that are taking place to Palestinians that are trying to go and fetch some food to eat from the center that was established by the United States and Israel. So, is the question of opening the border? And so will Israel leave the Philadelphia corridor and allow Palestinians to leave? But then there is a vast majority of Palestinians who also do not want to leave. And we saw what happened in January when there was a ceasefire, and you saw tens of thousands of Palestinians moving from the south back to the north, although they know very well that they are going to an area that is totally destroyed and demolished, and that they will not find neither water, nor electricity, nor food, but they decided to go back. And they have indicated in hundreds of ways that they don't want to leave. Do some people want to leave? Of course, there would be some people who want to leave because they feel desperate. And my problem as well is that I am confident that Israel will not allow Gaza to be reconstructed. They will make all kinds of obstacles in order to prevent reconstruction material to enter into Gaza. Just like what happened in 2014 with the Gaza reconstruction mechanism and so on. And just like what is happening today and being reported by all kinds of humanitarian institutions that are saying that Israel is preventing all kinds of things that are used for medical purposes or for any other, normal day-to-day life needs, and are being prevented from entering Gaza because Israel is saying just simply, no, we will not allow this in, whatever it is. And many trucks that were supposed to go to help Palestinians came back because of objections to one box or another containing one thing or another, just as an excuse to prevent humanitarian assistance from going into Gaza. So sadly, this situation continues. And I think even when the war stops, the situation will be much worse, because I don't think that Israel would allow reconstruction to take place, because they want to use this also as a leverage to push Palestinians out of Gaza and to leave because they feel that this would make the situation better from their perspective.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Ambassador Hashim Youssef, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Bye-bye.
Let's get more now. We can speak to the former UK Foreign Office Minister in Tony Blair's government, Denis McShane, who joins us now. Of course, the Labour government is the ruling party in the United Kingdom right now. And Mr. McShane, I want to start by asking you, why do you think the British government has chosen now to sanction these two Israeli ministers?
Firstly, because what we're seeing out of Gaza is intolerable. I'm a strong supporter of Israel. I've written books to defend Israel, the right of Jewish people to live in peace, though I'm not Jewish myself. But you don't declare war on women and children. That just isn't acceptable. You don't say you're going to depopulate a territory lived in by Palestinians for hundreds of years. And actually, it's not just Britain. It's Canada, it's Australia, it's New Zealand, it's Norway. If I may say so, Canada, New Zealand, Norway, these are beige countries. They're not warrior countries. They don't throw their weight around. They haven't got much weight to throw around. But they do believe in international rule of law. And it's quite clear these two ministers have overstepped the mark.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and I'm just wondering whether you think these sanctions are more symbolic than anything else, or do you think they will go on to have serious consequences?
One would like to think so, but 6 prime ministers, British prime ministers in my lifetime have sanctioned Israel one way or another. Margaret Thatcher, who was very, very pro-Israeli, suspended arms sales because of the atrocious behavior of the Israeli army in Lebanon, 20,000 civilians being killed, and outrage across the world. So she simply suspended arms sales. And frankly, if you look at what happened in Lebanon, did it stop the resurrection or the new arrival of Hezbollah? No. All the top Hamas leaders, as far as we can see, they were boasting about the number one guy being killed the other day. So why are they continuing to slaughter women and children?
Do you envisage the British government expanding these measures, these sorts of sanctions, if the violent rhetoric and the actions of the Israeli government continue in the Palestinian territories?
Well, let's be quite clear. The two guys, Mr. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who've been sanctioned, are out there on the far, far, far right. We have a problem in Europe with far-right extremist countries. I'm speaking to you from Greece, where 3 members of parliament have just been removed by a court order. They were neo-Nazis. We've got a problem in Europe now with the return of the extreme nationalist right. But of course, Mr. Smotrich, for example, claims he's a religious leader. Well, in my limited experience, well, it goes back a few decades, it's always when a man says, I'm doing my politics in the name of God, get down, duck for cover. And this idea that you could drive the people of Palestine off their lands. Mrs. Thatcher, but forgive me going back to her, she was our most right-wing prime minister in my lifetime. She said to, I think it was President Reagan at the time, you cannot deny the right of the people of Palestinian to have their own state. Margaret Thatcher, as I say, a very right-wing person. So I'm not sure what further action will be taken. I don't think so. This has been calibrated and graduated, but it's just the anger, not the anger, that's the wrong word. It's the sheer despair that Mr. Netanyahu is just using this to hang on to power. He's got a majority of 8, which is nothing in today's parliamentary times. Majority of 8, he's supported by these two guys. They are not doing it in the interests of Israel. They're doing it in the interests of their own private ideology and their belief that God is talking to them and telling them that they must kill Palestinians and drive them off their lands.
Israel has reacted very angrily to what the UK has done. So has the United States, and we'll come on to that in a minute. But Israel calling this outrageous, and obviously we're not talking about the whole of Israel, we're talking about the foreign ministry and spokespeople for that ministry. They're also talking about some retaliatory measures that they will discuss in their own timing, perhaps sometime next week. I mean, what might they have in store, do you think, for the UK?
To be perfectly honest, I have no idea, because I track, obviously, the protest movements. I don't take part in them myself. I did take part in one that was a joint Muslim and Jewish one a couple of years ago. And the plain fact is, a lot of this problem could stop overnight if Hamas released the hostages and dissolved itself. I mean, Hamas, and I think you'll find most of the governments surrounding Israel in the Arab world completely agree, Hamas is a dreadful obstacle to peace. I mean, they do have a tradition of killing Israelis, killing Jews, which, if I were Jewish and I was living in Israel, that would frighten me rigid. I would be fearful and wanting very strong action against them. Now, what retaliatory action Israel can take, I really don't know, because I think, I won't say the majority, I'm not that closely in touch, but an awful lot of the people running the protests against Netanyahu and these two gentlemen are British Jews. Michael Levy, one of our most prominent Jews, Lord Michael Levy, was on the BBC, I think 2 weeks ago, saying what Netanyahu is doing is unacceptable. And it's dreadfully painful to me, he said, as a Jew, to even try and begin defending it. So I'm not quite sure exactly what. Maybe Israel won't participate in the Eurovision Song Contest. That means Britain doesn't always come last. I don't know.
Well, that's one possibility. Do you think the UK is setting itself up now for a diplomatic rift with the US? And I say that because Of course, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has come out very strongly in rebuking the UK and the other countries that have sanctioned those two ministers. What do you think?
Look, Mr. Rubio and his boss, the president, have declared a trade war on Britain, Canada, Norway, Australia. They've done more with Canada. Mr. Trump still says it should accept to become part of the United States, a bit like President Putin says Ukraine should accept to become part of Russia. And we've got some pretty odd people in top positions in the world, in the Kremlin, in the White House, in the State Department, in the Russian Foreign Ministry, saying some pretty crazy things right now. So there'll be a row. I mean, obviously, Mr. Trump now, since his economic policies don't seem to be gaining any traction or really working in America. I just saw a Tesla in the streets here in Athens half an hour ago. I'm just wondering how long before that car disappears and poor old Elon Musk has to go out and earn a living. So I think that what Israel really can do, and this will settle down, die down. In the end, it's up to the Israeli parliament to decide, do we want in our midst these two men who incite violence? I mean, no parliamentarian, however angry he or she is, should be invoking or appealing to people to commit violent crimes. Isn't that one lesson we've learned? We had to learn it with the IRA and Protestant supremacists. We learned it in other parts of the world. Inciting violence, driving people off the land that they live in, killing girls, boys and women, mothers and grannies. It's just, sorry, it's intolerable.
But just going back to the relations between London and Washington at this particular moment, and with this issue of the sanctions on those Israeli ministers in the background, I mean, is this risky for the UK, given what you were saying earlier as well about trade talks are currently actually happening right now between the UK and the US? I mean, do you think the Prime Minister's made a miscalculation here?
I don't think so. The one thing you can say about Keir Starmer, he calculates, recalculates, double calculates, comes to a decision, weighs all the problems. Sometimes he gets decisions wrong, but this is actually only the next step. We've already sanctioned Israel in terms of arms sales and other issues, other condemnatory motions in the United Nations. The democratic world is not ready to accept every night on its screen young Arab Palestinians, as I said, boys, girls, women, grandfathers, grandmothers dying or in total misery. So, I mean, there's a trade discussion going on between every country and Donald Trump. I understand maybe breaking news in the Arab world, breaking news here in Europe, that Donald Trump has just reversed his position on the tariffs he was imposing on Chinese goods. So that might happen, but equally, Donald Trump has increased the price of every single British car, Jaguars, Land Rovers, the popular cars that Americans like to buy, as part of his trade war against Britain. And frankly, falling over and kneeling before Donald Trump doesn't really seem to have worked. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, just said to him in his face, Mr. President, Canada is not for sale. And every Canadian cheered, and every member of the Commonwealth cheered, and every European cheered that Donald Trump finally had somebody in the White House telling him the truth. So being on your knees to Donald Trump, frankly, is not, I think, a policy that's worth pursuing.
And just pivoting back to those two Israeli ministers, just as we sort of bring our conversation to a close, I wonder whether you think perhaps there's an argument that sanctions against those two men could actually strengthen far-right factions in Israel who might portray those two men as somehow being martyrs. What do you think?
Yeah, that's always a risk. I'm sure the three neo-Nazis who've just been expelled from the Greek parliament will parade around the far right in Europe, will be greeted by the AfD, by Matteo Salvini in Italy, Geert Wilders in England, in Netherlands, Marine Le Pen, Nigel Farage, as heroes of the cause for the idea of returning to the 1930s and ethno-nationalist and racist politics triumphing again. I don't think so. I assume Israeli parliamentarians are like any parliamentarian. I was one for a good 2 decades. You want, in the end, to move to a solution that is a solution. And Mr. Netanyahu is just keeping this war on the Palestinian people alive. As I say, he's gained, surely. I mean, I don't think any terrorist outfit has had so many of its top people knocked off as Hamas has suffered in the last year or two. He's gained so much. Now he's got to start rebuilding peace, because you can't lead a country the size of Israel in a state of permanent war, permanent ethnic cleansing, permanent killing of the people who live share the same territory, the same land that the Jewish people of Israel live in.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dennis McShane, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Yossi Kuperwasser, who's a retired brigadier general in the IDF and former director general of the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've been talking about these sanctions imposed by 5 countries against Itamar Ben-Gvir and the finance minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich. Do you get the impression the Israeli government fully stands by those 2 individuals?
Well, of course, there are 2 ministers in the government and holding key positions. One of them is the Minister of Finance, the other is the Minister of Homeland Security. And yes, it's definitely the essential part of the government, and the government stands behind them, for sure.
I mean, you say for sure, but those 2 individuals are, it's obviously a coalition government, and those 2 individuals are at the further right edge of the political spectrum. I mean, is it a given that the government would stand by the 2 of them?
It is a given, because if they don't stand, first of all, because of the merit of the issue, that they are against the idea of sanctions against Israelis in the first place, whatever Israelis you're talking about, even if they're from the right. And especially when we are in the midst of a war, this sounds so really audacious that something like that would happen, then definitely they stand beside them and support them. And secondly, if they don't, the government is going to fall. So what do you expect them to do?
What do these sanctions change, do you think, sir?
They don't change anything. That's just a symbol of disagreement with these 2 gentlemen. And it's a pity, because it's a distraction of the attention from what really should be the focus of the international community, which is getting rid of Hamas control of Gaza. That's the most important thing. If we want to get a solution here, the international community should press Hamas to disarm itself and release the hostages. That's the most important thing in order to reach a ceasefire and an end to the atrocities in Gaza.
You say that's the most important thing, but the most important thing for many people around the world is the fact that today we passed the 55,000 people milestone, people killed in Gaza, some admittedly not civilians, some of those people very likely to have been militants as well. And this has been going on for 20 months. And I think, perhaps that's become, hasn't it, the most important thing to people around the world?
That's the most, even if this is the most important thing, and it isn't a very important thing, the best way to put an end to that is for Hamas to disarm themselves and to leave Gaza and to release the hostages. This is going to bring about the end of the hostilities, and it will be the best solution for the people of Gaza as well. As you see, more and more people in Gaza are now coming out against Hamas, because they know that their plight is because of Hamas. Nobody else was interested in causing them that damage. And, on the 6th of October 2023, everything was calm. We didn't initiate any war. We were looking for a way to help the Gazans. We were ready to give them more and more working permits in Israel. And Hamas decided that this is the appropriate time to carry out a very horrendous attack against us, kill 1,200 Israelis, kidnap 250. That was their initiative, and they should have known that there was going to be a retaliation. And the retaliation was, the response was against them first and foremost, but they hide behind the civilians. We see them hiding underneath hospitals, inside schools. That's what they do. So from time to time, we have collateral damage that and the Palestinian population suffers from that. And the Palestinians realize that. What we see today is that more and more Palestinians come against Hamas. We see the Yasser Abu Shabab faction in southern Gaza getting rid of Hamas and forming their own control of the territory where they reside. And this is what we're witnessing now. And I think that this is a message to Hamas. Hamas is now more worried about the possibility that it's going to be thrown by its own people from the rule over Gaza, and then they are going to be thrown by Israel. That's Israel is saying, well, we will take control of 70% of the Gaza Strip in order to get rid of Hamas, and the population says we'll take rid of Hamas in the rest of the 30% territory where the population is. We took the open areas.
Going back to the sanctions, Israel says it's going to respond to what the British and the other 4 countries have done. What sort of a response do you think Israel might have in mind?
No, I don't know. I really don't know what we plan to do against as a response. But I don't know. It's they'll probably find some way of responding. I don't think this is important. The important thing is that we are distracting the attention of everybody from the real thing, which is to find a solution that does not include Hamas in Gaza. That's the most important thing. And releasing the hostages, that's the most important thing. And this entire issue of the sanctions and speaking about the Palestinian state and all these issues are giving prizes for Hamas for the terrible terror attack that they carried out instead of punishing them. That's unbelievable.
Do you think these measures, and I wonder how this is seen in Israel, is this seen as perhaps a changing stance by traditional allies in the West? I mean, do you think people feel there is a wider shift in support for Israel compared to, let's say, a year or 2 ago?
Well, it's hard to say at this point. It may indicate that there's a beginning of a shift against Israel within the countries that were friendly to Israel. But it's too early, I think, to say so. That's definitely indicates that there are reasons in their minds, in the minds of those countries, to criticize Smotrich and Ben Gvir because they are far right and they don't like it and they want to be standing next to the Palestinian cause. But it's ridiculous because the Palestinians are those who carry out the terror attacks. The Palestinians are those who threaten the stability in the Middle East. The Palestinians are those who, if they win and Hamas stays in power, they are going to take it as a sign that the power is in their hands, and they are going to try to carry out the terror attacks around their supporters. The Islamists are going to take it as a sign that they should go on and carry out terror attacks against the West. That's an attempt to appease the Palestinians and appease the radical Islamists. Is making no sense. It's going to be interpreted as a sign of weakness, and that's what everybody should worry about.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but I appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Yossi Kuperwas, retired Brigadier General in the IDF. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us on Al Arabiya English. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist and former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, Karen Elliott House. Well, as well as having spent decades covering the Middle East, Karen has just written a new book entitled The Man Who Would Be King. It is a portrait of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Well, the book goes on sale next month, and its release comes at a time of profound transformation in the region, with Saudi Arabia positioned very much at the heart of it all. We're going to be exploring this growing global role for Saudi Arabia and the ambitions driving the man who would be king. Karen Elliott House, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by asking you, what made you want to write this particular book? You've written other books on Saudi Arabia, but this particular book on Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
I was fortunate to meet him in January of 2016 when I was on one of my visits to the kingdom. And he just struck me as obviously a fascinating guy because he was young, and I had met Prince Salman, Prince Nayef, Prince Sultan, all of the older, not all of them, but many of the older generation, and he was nothing like that. He was completely accessible and informal. And after that, I watched him at the Future Investment Forum and became curious about where did this young guy get these ideas, because they're not in the mainstream of what's been going on in the 40 plus years I had been going to Saudi Arabia. I mean, yes, there was always talk of reform. There was one 5-year plan after another, but they sat on the shelf and not much changed. So then I asked him, would you talk to me? Let me talk to your mother or your other people about what shaped you, what shaped the man who's reshaping Saudi Arabia. He didn't say yes, he didn't say no, but I continued to get to see him. And eventually he agreed to put the interviews on the record.
I'd like to read a little excerpt from your book in which you describe the first encounter at the Arka Palace. You say he was wearing a loose brown robe without a bisht or a shamar, revealing his dark hair carefully combed back. You go on to say he is a young man who does not need the trappings of power or royal pomp because he possesses the essence of true power. And there we can see a clip of that on the screens in front of us. So, Karen, at that first conversation with the Crown Prince, and as it unfolded, what was going through your mind, and what was the first impression you started to draw of the Crown Prince in that first meeting?
Well, as I said, I was struck by several things. His informality. He wasn't sort of puffed up on me important to you down there. He just talked. You asked a question, he gave an answer. He seemed to be, I do regard him as a marketer, someone who is constantly, if you will, selling Saudi Arabia. He clearly has a pride in his country, and he explains a little history, but then he answers whatever question you're asking. He went through a lot of things. I mean, he was saying at that time, he was, a lot of people were calling him Mr. Everything. And he kept insisting, I'm not a one-man show. I'm part of a group that is trying to advance the interest of Saudi Arabia. But mostly it was just, I was struck by how easy it was to talk to him. He spoke the first time in Arabic, but he constantly corrected the translator, so he clearly, his English was good, mostly corrected him on numbers. And, you know, he just, he was very comfortable in his own skin, as we Americans say.
Okay, and you say the encounter was informal. I mean, did it get less formal, perhaps, as you both sort of got to know each other a little bit over these 6 different encounters? And just an aside, what did you actually call him?
I call him Your Royal Highness, but, you know, I mean, yeah, my point is, even in that first interview, I felt very comfortable asking him questions about now versus the way things used to be. I mean, he probably did get slightly more informal. I think the last time I saw him, not too long ago, he said, you know, I walked into his office and he said, long time no see, shook hands, and then pointed at my abaya and said, you know, you don't have to wear that. And I said, yes, and sat down and went straight into my questioning, because I find wearing an abaya an easy thing to do. I did not do it when I first went to Saudi Arabia. I wore normal American clothes, and in 1978, that was fine. By 1980, someone in Prince Turki's office, who was then the head of intelligence, said to me, I can't drive you home to your hotel if you don't wear this. And he gave me one of those big silk abayas and a scarf to cover my head and face with. So I've worn an abaya ever since. I don't cover my head unless I'm ordered to by the religious police or by a religious judge I saw.
So you've seen sort of 2 transformations of Saudi Arabia, it seems. Yep. One in your first visit in 1978, when perhaps things were less conservative, then a more conservative country. And now you're saying you're seeing, again, a country that's perhaps modernized some of the attitudes. And I want to ask you, because, I mean, you've mentioned history more than once, and you've said in your book as well that the Crown Prince has a keen interest in history. And I'm just wondering how that came across in your conversations with him. I mean, did he draw on historical examples? Did he give you a brief potted history of Saudi Arabia? How did that come across?
Well, he talks about more the history of Saudi Arabia, although he will refer to the prophet, you know, or what religion does require or doesn't require. But it's more talking about the history of Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when I ask him, I'm intrigued that by the fact that he's so young and powerful, and comparing that to other young rulers in history like Peter the Great or Julius Caesar's son, Caesar Augustus, who ruled Rome for more than 40 years. And I asked him, you know, once the Caesar Augustus was asked, what do you want your epitaph to be? And he said, I found Rome in clay and I left it in marble. And so I said to the Crown Prince, what would you like yours to be? And, you know, he was not scared off by the question, or, you know, he seemed to certainly know who Caesar Augustus was. And, you know, he said, I found Saudi, I don't remember his exact words, but basically he wasn't as grandiose on his accomplishments as Caesar Augustus. He said, I found Saudi Arabia in essence, good shape, and I left it in better working with other people. I mean, he seems constantly to try to make the point that he is working with a team and not being just me, myself, and I.
You mention in the book that, and this helps to sort of set the scene and try to imagine what it was like. I'm assuming your meetings took place in his office, because you talk about a desk stacked up with paperwork. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that.
A lot of people have offices, and he has an office.
Okay, so he's got this office, and you say that there's a lot of paperwork on the desk in your book. And I'm wondering if you mentioned that because it surprised you, because, you know, we think of the Crown Prince as being tech savvy. He's also a millennial. He's not quite 40. And therefore, I wonder if you expected him to be a bit more digital and paperless than, in fact, he was.
Yeah, I was just impressed that, as I wrote in my book, the only thing between me and him is all the paper on. It's actually his coffee table that he had a pile of papers on. He has them on his desk, too, but he had this pile of papers. And, you know, he said he reads on paper because you can digest it better. I mean, which surprised me because he's infamous for keeping the key performance indicators of ministers on his iPad and tracking them. So, you know, and he's talks about playing video games. He's clearly very digital.
Yeah. But, that's certainly the reputation he has. And as I was saying, not quite 40. I believe his 40th birthday is in August.
He's 39. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Just a couple of months shy of 40. And in your book, you say that the Crown Prince is both pragmatic and ambitious. And I'm wondering if that came across as a constant and consistent theme across all your encounters with him.
Pragmatic and ambitious. Yeah, I think I would say my primary word for him is he is driven. I think he's constantly trying to channel his drivenness into pragmatic things. What can I actually achieve? And one of the things I recount in the book is he wanted to deal with the economic troubles that the kingdom faced when his father and he took over. And one of them was a big budget deficit. And he wanted to reduce benefits. The country had a lot of so-called benefits that government workers got, a benefit for typing or computer expertise or things like that, so that they got more money without putting it in their base salary. And he cut those benefits, which cut the income to people significantly, because his staff apparently told him it'll take some years to really figure out how to target those benefit cuts. And so he said, I'm going to cut the deficit. I'm going to focus on what I can do. That subsequently got reversed, but his father restored the benefits. But to me, the important thing is his view is that if you face a problem, tackle it. Dallying will only make it worse. So somebody advised me this when I became publisher of the journal. If you come to a fork in the road and you don't know what to do, take one, because if you have any intelligence and you're wrong, you'll run back and take the other. If you just stand there at the fork and suck your thumb, you're in big trouble. And I think that's his view. You've got to act, not thoughtlessly act, but if you don't have all the data you need, you have to do the best you can. He's very data-driven.
So just in terms of the conversations you had with the Crown Prince, I mean, what was perhaps the one thing that really stood out for you, that really surprised you? Was there anything that made you say, wow, I was not expecting to hear you say that?
Yes, he told me in March of 2023, before the public disclosure of the recognition of Iran, but the restoration of diplomatic relations, he said he was going to do it. And I said, why? I mean, that totally shocked me because, obviously Iran and Saudi Arabia have very different visions for the future of the Middle East. They have been long-time opponents. And, he basically said the U.S. is not going to be, he didn't, the bottom line was he didn't trust U.S. protection, and he had all of these economic developments and his goals for the region as a whole, both commercial and security. And so he was going to start talking to Iran. And
that took you by surprise.
That totally took me by surprise. Yeah. I mean, I think it did a lot of people who watch those two countries. I mean, maybe it didn't surprise Saudis, but I think it surprised a lot of them too.
Okay, you didn't just speak to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, did you? You spoke to other people in order to write this book.
Oh, yes.
Tell us a bit about who else you spoke to and how forthcoming they were.
Well, I mean, I spoke to many of the ministers multiple times, some of them in multiple jobs, like Ahmed Khatib was, I guess, a former health minister when I first met him, and he was Minister of Entertainment. He took me to the first performance in entertainment performance in Jeddah, and I was shocked to see men and women sitting in the audience together, and Saudi women being the individuals who seated people with their tickets. I mean, that was really shocking to me after 40 years of not seeing men and women, in proximity. I mean, even when I would visit the Saudi home, I was allowed to talk to men, but the wife of the man I was talking to was not allowed around because I had a Saudi male translator, and he obviously wasn't related to her, so they couldn't meet. That always made one feel bad when the wife would put food on the table and then knock on the door and run so she wouldn't be seen by the man she wasn't related to. I forgot what you asked me.
No, I was asking you who else you spoke to in order to write the book.
Oh, yeah.
How forthcoming they were.
So, I mean, the Minister of Planning, his economic advisors, the Minister of Khalid Fallah, who in many forms as Minister of Energy and Minister of Investment now.
Were they all very open, all of these people, in terms of what they told you, the anecdotes, the descriptions they gave you?
They're very analytical, sometimes anecdotal. The Minister of Commerce told me he had known the Crown Prince since he was a young boy, 10 or 12. I spoke to the man at the Cabinet of Ministers who hired the Crown Prince for his first government job in 2007 when he had just graduated from law school, and apparently the the top graduates, or he just graduated from King Saud University, and the four top graduates were entitled to work at the cabinet of ministers. This man interviewed him, and my favorite quote from him was that with most of the people, 1 + 1 = 2, but with the Crown Prince, 1 + 1 can equal 3. That he has this ability to see beyond what's in front of his face, the kind of visionary aspect.
And what came across when you spoke to people in the Crown Prince's inner circle, and when you spoke to him yourself, what would you describe as being his greatest skill set or his greatest strengths? I mean, is it that what you were just describing there, that ability to analyse and see things beyond those which were obvious?
That's what most of the ministers say, that he is, first, it's a combination of visionary and data-driven and detail-focused. So he reads what he is given, and then when the ministers are all together in meetings, he asks questions about the briefs he has been given. He doesn't just sit there while people go through, the show and tell version. He's done his homework, and he asks pointed questions. So it's mastering the detail and then knowing how to put what others see, kind of stretch beyond. I talked to, his family, some of his brothers, and other family members, and the ministers, and Saudi people who interact with him and observe him. I would say young people are very positive about him. I have a chapter in the book called The Pied Piper, that he is like that story of the Pied Piper that children, at least in America, read. The Pied Piper blows this new tune and lures the children behind him, and that the young people in Saudi Arabia are following him, expecting things to get better, and that he will have to deliver. And it's very interesting to encounter people. If you go somewhere like Al Ula, a nice historic site in the kingdom, the tour guides, most of them are women. The lady seating people in the restaurant was a woman. There were waitresses, not just waiters. The kinds of things that were never seen after 1980 in the kingdom are visible everywhere now. It's phenomenal how much has changed. Women driving, obviously. And he did that by saying, we're going to allow it, and then giving people time to mentally adjust. So it took place, I think, about 9 months after he said that, he publicly said it, and then it happened. Women had to pass a test.
And here we are in 2025. Saudi Arabia was the choice of destination for the first state visit by the US President Donald Trump for the second time, and his first as well. How much of a message do you think that sent out to the wider world, that this was the president's first choice of destination?
Well, he went there first in his first presidency, too. But I think what has changed over those years is that the Crown Prince has made great progress at, I talk about this in the book, obviously, because he talks about it, that he is not going to choose between China and the U.S., that he sees Saudi Arabia as playing a major role in international politics, and being friends with Russia because he needs Russia to cooperate on oil production and pricing. being friends with China, being friends with the U.S. He very much wants, but he doesn't see the necessity of making a choice. And I think he has established now that he doesn't have to. Trump stood up in his speech in Saudi Arabia and said, having pushed constantly for the big thing he wants is Saudi and Israel to establish diplomatic relations. You know, he looked at the Crown Prince and said, you will do it in your own time. So he seems to be accepting that there are some things he can't dictate, that this young man has set up a strategy that's working for Saudi Arabia. He still needs, in my view, the kingdom still needs much more foreign investment than it is getting. Even though it has a lot of money, its spending priorities are enormous. So it does need money. And I think while Trump hopes to get money out of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince also hopes to get investment into Saudi Arabia from the U.S., especially high-tech investment, and he is getting some of it. So right now, you know, it looks like things are working. His strategy for playing a more prominent role in the world is succeeding. And that was recognized but not created by Donald Trump.
I just wanted to talk about you a little bit, because we're coming to the end, and I'd just like to find out a bit more about how, as you were, you know, a young person from Matador in Texas, which is a town which even today has a population of less than 600 people. What first drew you to the Middle East and specifically to Saudi Arabia? I mean, I know it was work, but was that something you wanted to do? Was that somewhere you wanted to go? And if so, why?
No, I always wanted to travel. Matador is such a tiny little place, you know, there's not much there. So I went to the University of Texas, and there were 25,000 students when I got there. So nobody paid attention to me, and that was wonderful, because in Matador, everybody knew, as Rosalind Carter said when her husband ran for president and she was from Plains, Georgia, everybody knew everything I ever did. And it was true in Matador. People watched you, and my father was very strict, very Saudi in that sense. No pants, no shorts, no TV, no telephone. I mean, the Saudis weren't that strict. And so when I went to Saudi Arabia, I went there the first time because I was a diplomatic correspondent, and the U.S. was selling planes to Israel, and the Saudis, and planes to Saudi, and Israel was objecting, so I wanted to deal with that. But, you know, that first time I went to the oil minister's house, Zaki Yamani. It was a normal evening. I mean, I was dressed normal. All the other women were dressed in fancy clothes and amazing jewelry. I never felt alien in Saudi Arabia, because that very first time I went to a, quote, welfare service, which was a church service in Saudi Arabia with the then Saudi ambassador, the governor of South Carolina, John West. You know, so having grown up going to church, and my father approved of no dating, as I said, no TV. The only thing you could do was read a book, preferably the Bible. So I knew a good bit of history. I knew the Apostle Paul had gone to Arabia after his conversion on the road to Damascus. He went to Arabia for a number of years to reflect on what had happened to him. I didn't really know where Arabia was, but you know, you looked it up on the map. But anyway, it was always the place I found after that first time completely intriguing because I met professional women, a female pediatrician, Hisham Nazar's wife. It intrigued me. And so I kept going back.
And I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously 5 decades of coverage, more or less, or following or events in the Middle East, in particular the Middle East peace process. I mean, how do you feel when you see the situation still unresolved 5 decades on, and perhaps even further from peace than at any stage in the preceding 5 decades?
Well, I think if you read the Bible, you're not surprised. I mean, I thought when I went there in 78, after Sadat had been to Jerusalem in 77, and, Israel and Egypt had made peace, that, this is all going to change. And of course, it hasn't over these 50 years. And as you say, is probably further from it right now than ever. I mean, we'll see what happens at this UN conference that the Crown Prince and French president have pushed to organize. But I think Israel is not likely to recognize a Palestinian state anytime soon, and probably not in my lifetime. I'm 77, so they'd have to hurry. But I think it's sadly the case that people compromise in America is a great word, and compromise in the Middle East is almost a dirty word. And we Americans know history. I mean, people don't remember, most of them younger than me don't remember the Vietnam War, certainly not the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. And in the Middle East, people know history, and they can't seem to forget it. So they know who has been enemies with whom and who's done what to whom for not a decade, not a century, but, millennia.
Okay. We're coming to the end. I just want to put a final piece to you, and I want to read one last excerpt as well from your book. It reads as follows. The world would be wise to watch this ambitious and determined prince, talking about Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and his bold plan, which he will pursue in the coming decades, there you can see it on the screen, to position the kingdom with any power that serves its interests. So in a sentence or two, Karen, how would you describe the Saudi Arabia that you think the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman wants to build?
He wants to build a modern kingdom that sends people to the moon, that is a top 10 economy, where young Saudis look after their own interests as opposed to rely on the government to secure their future for life. And it's in everybody's interest if he succeeds. So I am, he may not be a perfect man. Indeed, the Bible says the only perfect man was Jesus. So none of us are perfect, but he, I think, is needed in his country at this time. Somebody with a longevity to actually visualize and achieve big change.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to wrap it up, but I'd like to say a really big thank you to you, Karen Elliott-House, Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist, former managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, and also author of this new book, The Man Who Would Be King. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
You've probably heard of Israel's Iron Dome, but what about President Trump's Golden Dome? U.S. President says he plans to spend $175 billion on a next-generation missile defense system capable of intercepting attacks even from space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space.
President Trump claims this futuristic system will outperform Israel's Iron Dome.
As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
The Golden Dome would defend against hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, advanced cruise missiles. Trump says these threats would be, quote, knocked out of the air. This would be the first U.S. missile defense system with weapons in space, something Ronald Reagan once dreamt of during the Cold War with his Star Wars project. Now Trump says that he is here to finish the job. One of the key challenges, unlike Israel's Iron Dome, the Golden Dome would have to defend the entire United States, a country that is geographically much larger. And not just the U.S., Canada too.
Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Experts warn that the Golden Dome could be too expensive, too ambitious to complete in just 3 years, and might even spark a new arms race in space with rivals like China and Russia. However, Trump fired back.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. pleasure to speak about a Wes Anderson film because I want to be a fly on the wall on those sets. It's so colorful, it's so carefully, meticulously planned. So tell us about the atmosphere on set first.
It's an amazing working atmosphere. You just really focus and you just keep going and everything gets very dialed in, and as an actor you kind of get spoiled. You don't want to go back to, to
real life.
The other way of working. Yeah,
I think one of the first sets that we shot maybe together was the plane.
Yep.
And it was you walk into this plane that is built on a set. It's not a plane, it's just a section of a plane. And the details, the carpet, everything was period. Was like, like it was like a 1950s plane, and it's quite amazing. All the details, like you were saying, it's almost like, I think when I watch a Wes Anderson film, I feel I can touch it.
Exactly, it's very textured.
Yes, I saw you doing like that. That's exactly how you feel, like almost like you could grab it and put it on your shelf.
At this moment, rescue workers are laboring to recover and identify the remains of Zsa Zsa Korda, international businessman, maverick in the fields of armaments and aviation, among the richest men in Europe.
Because the characters are also so carefully written in detail, how much input can you have onto, what you as Benicio want to infuse in the character?
A lot. I mean, it's me. But it isn't. Wes expects you to bring everything you can. But he lays out a great character that, for me, that was full of contradictions, with a hell of an arc. So you just gotta keep an eye on, where it's going, But you get to bring yourself into it, I mean, it's like within the limitations of Wes's blocking and Wes's vision, you have to bring yourself into it.
Yeah, I found that Wes really pays attention to what you're doing as an actor. And it's not prescriptive. He doesn't say, do it this way. He watches what you're doing, and he sees what he likes, and he sees what is not helpful. But he's watching you carefully. You can always feel when a director is really watching you, and then you start to really try things and try and make them happy.
You might think, you might see Wes's movie, and it's like it's a comedy, and it's like maybe theatrical or something, but you got to be truthful.
Yes.
He expects you to be real, which is it's great. It's great for an actor.
And this one is a beautiful reflection on the sense of family and heritage, I guess, isn't it? I mean, I'm Lebanese, so Phoenician scheme is very familiar to me.
Yes.
Did he discuss it with you? Because I think his wife is Lebanese or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He dedicated to his father-in-law.
Yeah, that's why I saw it at the end of the film. There's kind of a dedication.
Yeah, I love that. It's a beautiful dedication.
Korda Land and Sea Phoenician Infrastructure Scheme.
My most important project of my lifetime.
Our objective: disrupting, obstructing, impeding, crippling Korda's enterprise in any manner possible.
Get the hand grenades. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agree. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
And when there's so many of you on an ensemble set, how much does it, kind of elevate the job? Because, you turn up on a set and everyone is at their best.
Everybody kind of comes through at various times, and it's like their moment, to come. They're like, okay, I'm going to come and do my thing in this Wes Anderson movie. So they're bringing, such a new energy every time, and you get to see those characters come alive and go, oh my God, this is what you're going to wear, and that's what you're going to look like, and the sequence comes alive in front of your eyes. So it's like constantly regenerating.
I really believe that the better the actor, the better you'll be. So, it's just a pleasure to work with all the cameos in this film, because they're all terrific, and they just made me better, made the film better.
That's really true. Yeah.
It's a pleasure always to talk about a Wes Anderson film. Every character is sculpted in his mind. So tell us, how does it start, from the script? When, he describes the character to you, do you feel like you put your own input to kind of merge the visions?
I think, as you said, the characters and the story in Wes's films are so fully formed that it's more about stepping into his world, and the parameters and the specificity that he gives you is so detailed that that's actually very freeing. So many decisions are made that actually stepping into it can be strangely very liberating, and you get to explore within those parameters. Having those limitations can actually make it feel like a more creative process in many ways. Something that's really interesting is he creates an animation for the whole movie. So you get to watch that. I know you were speaking about that before.
Yeah, you do. It's true. I've actually had, up until this point, never seen a storyboard before.
Yeah.
And then to be presented with a two-dimensional, simple, wonderful version of the entire film that's animated with Wes's voices doing all the characters. It was beautiful and it was amazing. And because of that, we knew what we were doing. We had a plan. And then the geniusness of Adam Stockhausen, who is responsible for taking all of the written material and making it a reality, creating this world, because of the detail, because of the level of concentrated, minute details. The room exists. Everything is real. And that is so amazingly helpful, and it does allow you to be quite free in what it is that you're doing, because it's all already there and it's perfect.
The animation included her eyeshadow color and her nail.
It was all black and white. But I knew that she had green tights or green stockings because Wes had told me before, and I was so excited about it. I couldn't wait. I remember doing a watercolor painting of her, which I still have in my notebook. I sent it to Wes and he was like, "Yes, that's exactly the color that we're going to have." It was lovely.
Why are you shooting my ceiling?
This is a robbery on behalf of...
I understand that. I'm asking about my ceiling. You idiots are destroying a magnificent nightclub.
One thing you'll never know, because you can't. The truth. I suppose I'm moved by this absurd performance.
Do those sets look as amazing as they look on screen? I mean, you feel transported in kind of his imaginary version of the world.
They look amazing. I mean, they're extraordinary, but they're really functional. They're not sort of merely decorative.
No, they're real.
They really bring you into the world, and each one feels an enhancement to the story. Yeah, he's a masterful filmmaker.
Today, tonight, and tomorrow, we rendezvous with every Titan and pretend we agree what we already agreed. But in fact, we don't. We can't.
Call it. Heads. Heads.
Everything feels like, a nice fantasy of his imagination, but there's always a backstory to the character, isn't there? Like Farouk, does he come with kind of his emotional baggage when he's explained to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots to kind of draw on because his characters are so fully formed. So is someone like Farouk, he's a prince, he's not the king, he wants to be taken seriously both by the West, both by his father. So there's all these kind of little elements in there for every character to draw on. But yeah, to your point about it being a fantasy, I think in a way there's a level of kind of fabulousness to Wes's films in that they sometimes resemble a fable or something that's slightly otherworldly. But I think in many ways it allows us to see our world more clearly. And there's a lot of events, themes, characters that are really pulled from real life, from world history, or even Wes's own kind of family.
His fam Lebanese, and they're all Phoenician. So I think his wife's Lebanese. And
Exactly. So it's really interesting. It's also a fable about the making of the modern world and the patchwork way that is made, and the compromises that are made along that way, and the strange bedfellows that requires. And so I think that there's often in his stories, it's a kind of sharper mirror that reflects our reality than making something totally naturalistic, so to speak.
it really is an honor. It really is. This moment is so special and so important. And I just only have words of gratitude to the Red Sea Film Foundation for having me here today and honoring me with such amazing, beautifully talented women.
Are we matching or what?
We are ready.
I've been directing now for 30 years. I was the first Indian woman to make a feature film in Great Britain. And even today, there's still not that many, not many of us. So we have to keep going, and events like this are fantastic because they celebrate us.
Raya is my sweetheart. She's my soulmate. So I'm happy to be in Scoop with Raya.
Welcome to the show, first of all. It's so nice to have you together.
Thank
we
you.
can talk about girls in film.
Yes, absolutely.
So this will be like the theme. First of all, you'd met each other before, or is it all about women in cinema for you and how you met?
No, it's the first time that we meet.
First time we've met, and we've found so many similarities.
So much in common.
Yeah, just two different countries, but so much in common, so many similarities, but one thing, and I think one thing that remains very, very consistent is our love and passion for film.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
First thing we spoke about.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many films have you done? How many films have you done?
You always honor actresses in women in cinema, so I'll start with that. And the actresses, Min Masr, or from the world that you've admired most.
I've grown up, I think, on a lot of old Hollywood as well. So if it was like Vivian Leigh or if Gone with the Wind, that was like a film I think I rewatched so many times. And then of course, then transitioning into Bollywood, one of my first films being Devdas with Aishwarya Rai, and just
which was here in Cannes.
Yes, they debuted in Cannes. So that was, I think, just women, strong, beautiful, talented women that you grow up and you aspire to be.
I must say, for me, I take such pride coming from a country that has amazing female actresses, Suad Hosni, all the way up to my love and your love. Your BFF. This is the one you were telling me about. She was telling me about her. She shares my sweet dream. Yeah. And I think definitely we just come from a culture that really celebrates Arab women and what they've done in cinema.
Yes, about you is that you have always chosen roles that are good for you, things that you feel like you can give your own pathos to. How much importance did you always give to that in your role?
Always. I think it's so important to be authentic and to do things that speak of my generation and of the women of my time. And this is why I always continue to do shows and make shows and films that we speak the same language, and I feel sometimes it takes one to know one. So I needed to come from that generation to be able to give them what they want.
And for you, Jacqueline, also, now it's a great time also for Indian cinema because it's not only about the fluff of Bollywood. There's so many interesting movies that you're part of.
Yeah, it's not the spectacle as much anymore. I think when we started out, and even what I grew up watching, and I was also very inspired by, was that. And I also went through. It's been 15 years now. I've been in the industry, same. As you. You really see the evolution of how it's moved from that to a much more storytelling substance, deeper content, and that's the beauty of it right now. It also there's just so much more opportunity in that respect for women.
My final question is about women in cinema. How important is it for you that there are events that kind of showcase women, support women, shed the light on the talent of women?
I think it's important because women out there need to know what is possible and that they're being supported. That's the only way you can encourage talent into the industry. When you're supported, and you feel safe, that's when the real magic happens. Yes. So I think it's very important, and that's why, being here for, the Red Sea Film Foundation with so many like-minded women with such great work, having done such great work, it also just kind of like boosts it boosts you up to think, okay, there's still so much that we can do, and I want everybody to know about that. Yeah.
And you've defied stereotypes because you've always been yourself. There's no one like you, but you also support your fellow actresses.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've watched the Red Sea Film Foundation create this amazing platform called Women in Cinema year after year. And I look at my peers when they were here, Tara Ahmed, Salma Boudef, Asil Omran from the Arab world, and like all these other women. Razan Jamel was here as well last year. Yes. And it's just so beautiful that this foundation is able to tell these women, we see you, we hear you, and we're here to celebrate you. And it's just so beautiful. Yeah. It's an honor to be here.
With you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've just met, but we have all that work we know together, and so it's a beautiful thing to be a creative person. It's always lovely to be here, and really it's the most of all because of all the international films and talent and so many people here that I meet and talk to, and I'm sure they feel the same about just being in the company of so many artists.
It was amazing. It's not real. But she's very kind and welcoming, so she helps me not to fall. So no, she's very kind. No, it's impressive.
بحضر الفيلمين ومسلسل بإذن الله. هقول لكم كل حاجة قريب.
It's very tough. It's not that easy, but it's wonderful. A lot of emotions, a lot of you meet a lot of people, and it's really, really extraordinary.
In places like this where you have such international cinema, and it really brings people together from around the world to learn about each other's cultures and stories, and we can really listen through film to each other, and so that's what I'm here to support and listen, and very grateful for the chance.
My daughter is very jealous. She adores Lilo and Stitch. She's 9, and it's totally, we're all Stitch obsessed. So did Maya become Stitch obsessed at some point?
Yes. As soon as the day I was born.
So even before you were playing Lilo, it was all about Stitch for you?
Yes.
So you were excited when you heard that you may be playing her?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was the process? How did you go cast for it?
I just did this little thing called Mini Miss Corner Coffee. I won, and I said that I want to be a star when I grow up. And then I think like maybe a week later, the auditions for the live action Lilo and Stitch was on the news, and I'm like, this is a dream come true. Let's do it. He's so cute and fluffy.
He is your responsibility. Got it.
We promise.
Yeah. It was very important that the chemistry worked as well.
I mean, that's like the main part of everything, really.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Were you worried about anything, or as soon as you saw her, you think, you know, that's...
I was like, I mean, obviously I hadn't gotten the role yet, but I was relieved and I was excited. And I was like, this girl is going to be Lilo. I can call it right now. I can call it right now. There you go.
Hey, I changed my mind.
What's that?
I like you as mom too.
I was just talking to the producers, and they said that, you know, Lilo on set had several different forms. So he was either your coach, or he was either a puppet, or he was either the director. So how much did that help you, like, imagine Stitch?
I had an imaginary friend, Bob.
I had many imaginary friends.
Yeah. I think also from the casting process too, they could tell you were always saying yes and. It was always like she was ready to just like make believe consistently and just was having so much fun with it.
Yes, and I'll get to stop. Yes, and I will act Lilo. Yes, and she is my sister.
Yeah.
You gonna tell me what your name is?
Maya.
Maya Kealoha was such an amazing find for our film. Maya embodies Lilo in a bunch of different ways.
That was good, Maya.
Like, she really was honestly one of the better actors I've ever worked with.
What do you find most exciting about the character? Are you able to gauge the obsession with Stitch that's lasted over 24 years?
I feel like the whole entire film in and of itself is a huge iconic film that is beloved by millions of people since 2002. You won't burn it. You were just an idea, maybe not.
You weren't born even 10 years
after
that.
Maybe not.
Shooting star! I wish for a friend. Like a best friend.
What the hell?
Have you seen it already with an audience?
Yes.
And how was the reaction? And how did you feel?
I started hyperventilating as soon as the thing played.
And did you enjoy watching yourself as Lilo? Yeah.
Was that weird to see you on a big screen?
No.
Really?
Ah. That's how stars are born. Thank you so much, you girls. It's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Same,
Thank
same.
you.
Oh my
No. Dogs on the table.
You sure that's a dog?
Stitch, we are so obsessed with you. We love you so much. You're our favorite thing. Don't you want to say something, Lola?
Hi!
Hi, Lola.
As we've seen in the movie, at some point, Lilo teaches you a bit of Hawaiian dancing. What is one of your favorite moves that she has taught you?
Yeah. It's like dance moves. Looks like waves.
Would you consider having a new friend? It would be Lola and Stitch instead of Lilo and Stitch. What do you think?
Yeah. Seems very nice. Yeah. Lola and Stitch has nice ring.
What is your favorite alien between Jumba and Wendy?
Stitch likes Jumba because Jumba gives best hugs.
I watched the original, and I think that the new one is even better.
Stitch like to hear. Yeah, thank you.
Our interview is up, Lola, but can we all do a virtual hug?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.